quarterly meeting of the Motor Vehicle Commission this April 25th, 2016. Director Shaw, would you call the roll call, please?
Chairman Roberts.
Here.
Stan McNabb. Commissioner Galvin. Commissioner Clayton. Here. Commissioner Fox. Here. Commissioner Hatcher. Commissioner Jackson.
Here.
Commissioner Murray.
Here.
Commissioner Trickett. Here. Commissioner Norton.
Here.
Commissioner Parr. Commissioner Vaughn. Here. Commissioner Webb.
Here.
Commissioner Tomaso. Commissioner Levy. Here. Commissioner White. Commissioner Evans. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Would you read the meeting notice, please?
This meeting's date, time, and location have been noticed on the Tennessee Motor Vehicle Commission website, included as part of this year's meeting calendar since July 13th, 2015. Additionally, the agenda for this month's meeting has been posted on the Tennessee Motor Vehicle Commission's website since April 20th, 2016. This meeting has also been noticed on the tn.gov website.
The commission take a look at today's agenda and hopefully we'll adopt it.
Commissioner Jackson, motion to adopt the agenda.
Adopt, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Schaefer. All those in favor of the motion to adopt say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion carries. If you take a look at the minutes from the last meeting, January 11th, 2016. Move to approve by, was it Commissioner Webb?
Clayton.
Commissioner Clayton.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Fox. All those in favor of the motion to approve the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. Mr. Reddish, are we ready to move to salesperson's appeal?
I am.
Okay. We have a large group today of appeals, so we'll ask you to, as you come up, don't give us your life history. Let's talk about what's relevant to the reason why you were denied a license and the reason that you think that you'd be a person that would abide by the rules and laws of the Motor Vehicle Commission of the State of Tennessee. Okay, Mr. Kevin Geyer, Toyota Bristol. Good morning, sir. Yes, sir, right. Reddish is going to describe the reason that your application was denied, and then we'll speak to you, sir.
Mr. Geyer has a documented conviction for theft over $10,000 and theft over $1,000. Mr. Geyer received a sentence of 4 years of community correction supervision. That sentence is still current until November of 2017, meaning the application may be denied until November of 2022.
Can you describe the felony of which you were convicted?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. It was the theft over 10,000 and the theft over 1,000. And what did you want to know about?
What did you steal? What
specifically?
Okay. What did you do, sir?
It was belongings that was rented to a building my father had, and I'd sold some of my belongings. And then during the time, some of the belongings that was there in the building got sold as well.
You rented the building, you sold the belongings?
My father owned the building. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I sold some of my belongings, and also someone else's belongings got sold too, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
What's the background? Why did you,
I had an opiate addiction for about 2 or 3 years. Lost my home, lost everything I had ever worked for since I was 18 years old. Lost my family, lost everything I had, and I was suicidal pretty much, and I just wanted to give up, and I made some wrong choices. I went and served my time. Worked before I went to jail. I worked at a Dodge dealership. As soon as I got out, got my license back. Then when I got a job at Toyota, I understood they wouldn't renew my license.
how's your relationship with your father?
We have a good relationship.
Like a victim of of this felony?
No, sir, I got to pay restitution. I'm paying restitution on that now. You know, it wasn't his stuff, Your Honor. It was somebody he rented a partial out to the building.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Geyer?
On your application, did you fill out the application yourself?
No, I did not.
Did you sign it? The
believe
sales
I-
application? or
I
you-
believe I signed it. Mm-hmm.
Because where it says, have you ever been convicted of a felony, it says no.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is that for my job application?
It's for your sales license with the state of
Oh.
Tennessee.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I don't remember seeing it really, and I may have put that. If I did, I'm sorry.
Do you have other employment options?
No, sir. I only had a job I got a job the job I got was at a call center, but I was making $381 every 2 weeks after my child support, and I have a job waiting for me at Toyota, but I very much need it. I made some bad decisions, and like I say, I just really need a chance to. I've not even had a parking ticket or a speeding ticket since I've been in trouble.
Rehab for was it opium?
Mm-hmm. It's opiate pain pill addiction. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I went through. I'm clean now. I went through all my stuff. I've been tested several times. I'm on probation. Mm-hmm. And I've never failed a test. I never failed a test one. I've never been in no kind of trouble. I have custody of my granddaughter, 16-month-old granddaughter. I need a job very bad that I can, and I'm very successful at selling cars. I've always sold, a very good bit of cars, over 20 cars every month, any place I've ever worked. And I was sought after Toyota, and I went up there, and when they renewed my license, I got turned down.
What kind of business were you in before?
Statement.
Worked for my grandfather in a tool and die shop.
Chairman, I move that we reject this because the application is not filled out. It says no. Clearly, that's not true. And surely he and the dealership would have reviewed that prior to it coming down. So I make that motion.
Motion to reject the application. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Discussion of the motion.
Commissioner,
Commissioner Jackson.
am I out of order? Is anyone from the dealership here with? I'd like to hear a copy at this time.
Let's, it's a little bit out of order, but let's do that since I didn't ask. It's probably an oversight, so. Is there someone from the dealership here? Sir, come up, please. Let you make a statement.
Bristol. My name's Jacob Smith, General Sales Manager. Has been very successful for us. He has opened his past up to us, very close to us. He let us know his mistakes. He's been very successful. While he was with us, he has stayed over hours, even closing. have a job open for him. We've kept it open for close to 2.5.
Question, do you know whether your office staff filled out his application for his license?
Do I know that, sir?
Uh-huh. Do you know who
Sir,
filled it?
I do not.
Can you tell me what is his current position at the dealership? Yes.
He is not with us right now, but he would be a sales consultant. He would be.
Who's the owner of your dealership? Well, actually, let's cease the questions, go back to discussion. Discussion or comment on the motion. Hearing none, the chair will call for roll call vote. A yes in favor of the motion will deny the application. A no will grant the license, not necessarily. Right. Okay, it's just thumbs up or thumbs down on the motion to deny is what we're voting on. Ms. Shaw?
Chairman Roberts.
Yes.
Commissioner Clayton. Commissioner Fox.
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson.
Yes.
Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Trickett.
Yes.
Commissioner Norton.
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Yes.
Commissioner Webb.
No.
Commissioner Levy. Motion carries to deny.
Incredibly, the motion carried to deny. Mr. Guyer, you may reapply at another time. And if you do reapply, be certain that your application is filled out correctly. Okay, thank you, sir. Anthony Turner, Kia of Kingsport. Good morning, sir. You bring anybody with you?
Yes, I did.
Would you bring this
Sales
individual
Manager
up?
Stephen Pierce.
Come right up, sir. Hey, sit right there and we'll get to you for a moment. Okay. Reason for denial.
Mr. Turner's documents revealed a March 5th, 2013 conviction for unlawful wounding. Mr. Turner was sentenced to 5 years in prison, but the sentence was reduced to 1 month. Following release, Mr. Turner was to serve 3 years of supervised parole. We didn't receive copies of the signed final order from the judge, so it's difficult to say his current status, but I believe that he is likely still on parole at this time.
Wounding, what was the?
Unlawful wounding, I believe is a Virginia court, so they'll have different names, but
I think that means that it's like an
something
assault.
similar to like aggravated assault or.
Okay. Who did you wound, sir?
I got into a fist fight with my brother-in-law.
Serve time for this?
I actually got into the fight in December of 2010, and it was delayed out for 3 years. Yes. He had to get some stitches, so anything that breaks blood is.
You have a good reason to?
I was
whack him?
going through a divorce. He was trying to force me out of my own home. We actually fought in my home.
Well, is the application filled out correctly?
It is. I'm not sure if staff requested additional documentation. Usually we'll request a signed final order from the judge. That was not in materials provided to me, at least. I'm not sure if they were requested or not, though. That's a strange set of circumstances, and
Yeah, I was released from probation in February for good behavior. I actually got off early. I have that release paper in my car.
questions for Mr. Turner?
Question, Commissioner Norton. Do you have any priors?
No.
Well, this is a domestic, the source of this is a domestic dispute
Yes, sir.
gone awry.
Commissioner Jackson, you just only use your fist, you didn't use any kind of weapon or anything when you,
No, it was just my fist, sir.
just fist? Call it wounding, unlawful wounding?
Like felony assault and battery. Does that make sense?
Who hit, I know the other person's not here, but I'm just asking this question. Who hit first?
He tackled me, and then we started the fight. We actually didn't press charges on each other, but in the state of Virginia, they picked him up. That's why I didn't get charged until 3 months later, and then it went on for 3 years before I was sentenced.
What have you been doing since, sir, in terms of employment?
In terms of employment, I inherited a large sum of money from my grandmother. I tried to find a job for a very long time. I knew Mr. Pierce and the people at Kia for a while. I'm a good salesman, so they decided to give me an opportunity.
Further questions or motions?
I'd like to make a motion that we grant the license.
Commissioner Jackson, seconded.
Motion by Commissioner Schaefer Vaughn and seconded by Commissioner Jackson. Discussion of the motion. Hearing none, the motion is to grant. Director Shaw, would you have a roll call
Chairman
vote, please?
Roberts,
Yes.
Clayton,
Yes.
Commissioner Fox,
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson,
Yes.
Commissioner Murray,
Yes.
Commissioner Trickett,
Yes.
Commissioner Norton,
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Yes.
Commissioner Levy. Motion carries to grant.
Congratulations, Mr. Turner.
Thank you.
Good luck. Travis Milton Hensley. Good morning, sir. You bring anybody with you, sir? Yes, sir. All right, come right, have a seat, sir, and we'll get to you in a minute. Reddish.
Mr. Hensley was convicted for theft of $1,000 or more on August 3rd, 2015. Mr. Hensley received a sentence of 3 years probation, which he is currently serving until September of 2018. Therefore, the application may be denied until September of 2023.
Describe the $1,000 that you took or stole or something. Can you describe that circumstance?
Yes, sir. It was actually merchandise from the store that I had took. It was actually back in 2010. From the time I actually got in a fender bender, and that's when they said that I had a warrant for my arrest. That's why it says 2015. So it was actually from 2010 when the actual charge was.
What type of store did you?
Walmart. It was actually from Walmart.
Were you an employee there, or were you
Yes,
just
sir,
shoplifting?
I was an employee there.
Were you a manager or a floor person? Any specific titles for that?
No, sir. I was just I worked in the lawn and garden, basically.
The reason for this theft was to pay for a fender bender. Is that what you?
Oh, no.
What was the reason for your theft?
No, it was in 2010 is when it all had happened. In 2015, I was in a fender bender, and after it was all said and done, the arresting officer, or the officer that done the accident, he came up to me and said, "You had a warrant from your arrest from 2010. I didn't even know about." And he had came, up to me, and that's when they booked me, took me in, and everything like that.
Were you working at Walmart when you hit the fender bender and the warrant was out there? Were you?
No, sir. No, sir.
Why could they not find you to serve a warrant on you?
Your Honor, Governor, I have no idea.
I'm not your honor. Okay, now back to what'd you do with the $1,000 worth of merchandise that you stole? What was that for? You might have said that and I missed it.
What was the?
Why did you steal? Why did you need to steal $1,000 worth of merchandise?
Basically, sir, I was just young and dumb.
Why though? Did you use it? Were you fixing up your yard? Is why you stole from the landscaping department at Walmart, or what? Why did you steal?
Just to make extra money on the side, basically.
Questions for the gentleman?
What did you steal?
It was actually a TV, sir.
My mistake, it wasn't lawn care, he just works in that department.
When I was in the fender bender, I was actually working for Mr. Puckett here. That's my owner slash boss here. I work for the car dealership now, not as a salesman. I do little things around the lot, little mechanic stuff, changing batteries. We actually install GPSs in the cars. You know, I'm somewhat savvy with cars, and you know.
Mr. Puckett, would you like to address the commission?
Thank you. I would. As Mr. Bob Weaver and Mr. Webb knows, I spent my life in the banking business and retired a few years ago. And after playing golf every day, decided that wasn't as much fun as I thought. Had a 7-year non-compete agreement with the bank that precluded me from doing anything in banking. So always loved the car business, had a lot of friends in it, wanted to open a business, felt like there was really a need for people with credit problems, particularly in our state, a used car business that does in-house financing. Travis was one of the first employees we hired 2.5 years ago, and I've watched him closely. I'll just say this, my wife and I, we have a daughter who's a first grade school teacher. We have a son who's a senior vice. Trust Travis as much as we trust our children. He did a very bad, dumb thing 6 years ago, but I all my heart that he's totally a different person today. He wouldn't be working for us if I had any reservation. Hoping that this commission will see fit to grant him the decision that will be vindicated for many years to come if you so.
Question for either of the gentlemen from the commission.
I'd like to make a motion that we grant the license.
Well, makes motion to grant the license.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Fox. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, chair calls for a roll call vote. Yes would be in favor of granting the license.
Chairman Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Clayton,
Yes.
Commissioner Fox,
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson,
Yes.
Commissioner Murray,
Yes.
Commissioner Trickett,
Yes.
Commissioner Norton,
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Yes.
Commissioner Levy.
Motion carries.
Motion carries.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Burkett, McCann's Auto Sales. Morning, Mr. McCann.
Can.
Now, are you applying for a dealer license or are you applying for a salesperson's license?
Dealer license.
I'm sorry?
Dealer license.
Dealer license, okay.
Salesman license.
Salesman's license?
Yeah.
Okay, come right ahead, sir. Let me make sure we get this, because your name happens to be the same as the dealer, your brother. Okay, thanks. Welcome, Mr.
Brothers.
Your brother.
I'm
All right.
Jonathan McCann.
I got, now I understand. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Reddish?
Mr. McCann has a documented conviction for sale and distribution of a controlled substance on October 4th, 2010. Mr. McCann received a sentence of 3 years probation. His application may be denied until October of 2018.
Application filled out properly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McCann, briefly describe why you made this transaction.
At the time I was addicted to pain pills, and
Sorry, sir.
can you hear me?
Lean in just a little bit if you would.
At the time I was addicted to pain pills, and I was getting methadone, and acquaintance of mine found out I was getting them, and did not want to give them to the individual, but he kept aggravating me, and so I finally said yes, and sold them to him for what I had into him. I didn't make nothing, and that's what happened.
Hear from the other, Mr. McCann. Would you like to speak to?
Sir, I was born with a defect in my left ear, cannot hear good.
What would be the best would you like for me to approach you, or do you want to approach up here? How can we assist you?
Well, this is my brother. We was raised to be self-employed our whole lives. 30 years of car business, our dad raised us up into it, plus building. My brother completed 12 years of high school. He did not graduate. My brother's a little slow. He's not retarded. He's not dumb. I tried to take care of my brother, and he got talked into something that should never took place. My brother's always been with me. He's going to be with me. I take care of my brother. I do the best I can. He does the best he can, and I just got to have my brother. We've got a car business in Cleveland, Tennessee, and so far we're doing pretty good. And I just plead that you just let him have his salesman's license where we can get past this rough spot that shouldn't have never took place. And I just got to have my brother. I appreciate it.
Mr. Reddish, would you ask this Mr. McCann if he has any criminal record himself or any complaints with Motor Vehicle Commission? Just answer, the question was, as I stated the question, Mr. Reddish, would you answer those? And I heard you say no, but would you speak into the microphone and with your response to both those questions?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner
Jackson.
Let me make sure I get it. You were addicted to pain pills, and someone convinced you to sell some of your pain pills to them?
Let me let you lean into the mic, sir. There you go, so that light comes on.
I was on methadone to get off the pain pills, and a acquaintance buddy of mine kept on me, want something. I kept telling, like I said, no, and he persuaded me, and I shouldn't have done it.
Did he report you, or was he?
Yes, he was a foreman, and it was a setup. He
set you up?
Yes, sir.
Had you done it before?
No, sir.
Commissioner Jackson, I motion that we grant the license.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Jackson to grant the license, seconded by Commissioner Schaefer Vaughn. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, a yes would grant the license. A no would continue to Director Shaw, excuse me, I got lost in my own. Director Shaw, roll call vote, please.
Okay. Chairman Roberts.
Yes.
Commissioner Clayton.
Yes.
Commissioner Fox.
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson.
Yes.
Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Trickett.
Yes.
Commissioner Norton.
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Yes.
Commissioner Webb.
Yes.
Commissioner Levy. Yes. Motion carries to grant the license.
Congratulations, Mr. McCann.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you. Lee Michael Giannaro. Morning, sir.
Thank y'all very much. Appreciate you.
Reddish, would you like to? Okay.
Mr. Giannaro was convicted for aggravated burglary on September 28th, 2011. He received a sentence of 3 years probation, which ended September of 2014. His application may be denied until September of 2019. His application was filled out correctly.
Giannaro, would you like to explain the history of not your life, but of this felony that you were convicted of?
Charge was aggravated burglary. The word aggravated they used because solely it was a home of residence. There was nobody in the home, and on the affidavit there was nobody hurt, so the word aggravated does sound rough, but it was basically a simple break-in into a home and stuff was stolen. And that was pretty much what that was, just a house.
First question would be why?
Why? The person that did it was a boss/friend of mine, and he had ripped me off $750, and I had some anger issues at the time, which I take medicine for bipolar for anger issues. Take it every day now, but back at the time I was 19. So whenever he went on vacation, I broke into his house and took most of his stuff. It was just a stupid thing. The thing is I got away with it for a year. And then after a year, I started reading the Bible and started doing a lot of things differently in my life. And I actually called him at random and voluntarily admitted it to him. And he didn't want to press charges. But his wife, there was a ring in the heist, I guess you'd say. There was a ring that was a family heirloom that she was still mad about, so she pushed him to still press charges. So.
You got a salesperson's license and something upset you, either a consumer or the person that employs you. This anger management, is it under control now? Where you're
definitely.
taking justice into your own hands, this kind of
No,
business?
nothing like that. I'm more humble than I am anything. I was 19 at the time, and I mean, I never really had anybody, kind of like a role model kind of thing. I always had to just learn on my own. I grew up in foster care and everything like that, so I never really had anybody basically just whoop my rear end and keep me straight. So,
Who's going to keep you straight now, sir?
Me.
Let's hear from the gentleman that you brought with you.
Jason Williams. I handle all the finance at Larry Hill Ford in Cleveland, Tennessee. He's a valued
Thank you.
asset with the company. About a month ago, we found out he was not going to be able to.
Pick up just a little bit, sir.
He wasn't going to be able to get his sales license, so he stayed on as a role with the dealership as a lot porter. In his position.
I have letters of recommendation. I even have a letter of recommendation from the victim in the case of aggravated burglary.
Let you pass those out very quickly, starting over here. Questions for the applicant, Mr. Gianaro?
It's the one that has the name of Stuart Phillips. That's the one that's the victim, Stuart Phillips.
Second.
Fox makes a motion to grant the license. I didn't hear who made the second.
Commissioner Norton.
Commissioner Norton, second. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, we'll call for roll call vote.
Chairman Roberts,
Yes?
Commissioner Clayton,
Yes.
Commissioner Fox, Commissioner Jackson,
Yes.
Commissioner Murray,
Yes.
Commissioner Trickett,
Yes.
Commissioner Norton,
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Yes.
Commissioner Levy. Motion carries to approve.
Congratulations, sir. Thank you. Clifford Steve Lewis. Morning, sir. Mr. Lewis?
Morning.
Okay. Mr. Reddish?
Mr. Lewis has multiple convictions stemming from an occurrence where it appears he was found with more than 600 pounds of marijuana. The convictions were for conspiracy to distribute and to possess with intent to distribute The date of his conviction was June 22nd, 2012. He was sentenced to 48 months in prison, followed by 4 years supervised release. Mr. Lewis did not originally provide these signed final judgments to the commission. These signed convictions were only obtained after independent research by the staff.
What was his, what was on the application for the question, previous convictions? Was it?
He marked that he'd been convicted of a felony, but he just didn't provide any of the documentation required with the application.
Lewis, who'd you sell to?
Your Honor, I didn't sell. I can explain this situation. I accept full responsibility for my actions. It was a bad judgment call on my part. It was a family member had called me over to work on his electric fence, so his cattle were getting out. So I went over to help him with his cattle. And in the meantime, he did a lot of work, body work on cars and things. And in the meantime, he asked me to help unload a truck. And he told me truthfully what was in the truck. I made the bad decision to help him unload that truck. He had 2 weeks prior to that had open heart surgery. And I felt bad for him, and I told him I would. He said, just help me unload a few boxes here, and I'll give you $1,000. It's the worst mistake I ever made in my life, and if I could take it back, I certainly would. I've never been in trouble, never had any, not so much as a speeding ticket. I just made a bad judgment call that day, and I've paid for it dearly since then.
Your convictions were multiple.
2 counts. One of them is conspiracy, and the other is aiding and abetting. They couldn't prove anything to the fact that I was involved in this situation, with the exception is that I was there. And that's where the aiding and abetting comes in, and the conspiracy, sir.
Gave you $1,000 to help him unload the truck?
Yes.
How much an hour is that?
He told me that it would take about 15, 20 minutes. So at the time, I was doing some landscaping, but
15 minutes, that's $4,000 an hour.
correct.
It's a high-priced labor.
Very.
We're not here to retry your case.
Thank you,
That's
sir.
not the purpose of being here. We're here to determine whether you are a good risk to allow to sell motor vehicles to Tennessee consumers. So with that said, that's kind of a stretch to get $1,000 for 15 minutes and you not know what's in those boxes.
Sir, I did know what was in the boxes, and that's why I said it was a bad decision on my part.
Okay, all right. Questions for?
I understand, I thought you said he had numerous convictions.
Sorry, what was the question?
I thought you said he had numerous convictions.
I said multiple convictions.
And the testimony was, that's 2. I'd like to hear from the person that came with you, sir.
I've known the Lewis family for about 15, 20 years. Jason Lewis is the owner of our dealership. I'm the general manager there. I've known Steve for a little over a year. Character is above and beyond anybody. He'd give you the shirt off his back. And unfortunately, I think that's what caused him to be in the situation he is. He went to help a family member and ended up
Your position is general manager
general manager of the store. Yes, sir.
of the
Bill Borf, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
questions. Motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we grant the license.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schaefer Vaughn to grant, seconded by Commissioner Trickett. Any discussion of the motion? If we can have a roll call vote.
I have who made the second, or who seconded my
Commissioner Trickett, sorry. Yes, would grant a license.
Chairman Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Clayton, Commissioner Fox,
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson,
Yes.
Commissioner Murray,
Yes.
Commissioner Trickett,
Yes.
Commissioner Norton,
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Yes.
Commissioner Levy. Motion carries to approve.
Thank you,
Very
gentlemen.
much.
Amy Payne. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Reddish.
Mr. Payne was convicted of the offense of theft by taking on January 24th, 2006. He received a sentence of 7 years. For his application may be denied until January of 2018. He did mark yes, disclosing that he had been convicted of a felony. And his conviction is in Georgia, so theft by taking is going to be something similar to aggravated robbery or burglary.
What did you take, sir?
It was actually, I forged a loan, was what it was. I forged a loan of $500 in somebody else's name and paid the loan back, and then got called a year later when they called the guy's name that I forged his name in. They called him to see if he wanted to come in and get another loan. Anyway, he said he never got a loan there, so and in Georgia they consider that theft by taking for me forging the loan, even though I paid it back.
Who was your employer? Was that a dealership or?
At the time?
Yeah.
No, actually, it wasn't an employee. That I worked in the restaurant business. I was a manager of a restaurant business.
How'd you come about forging a note? What was that?
It was a friend of mine's friend, and I just signed his. It was somebody else was involved as well, and I signed his name to
Who's
this
the note
loan.
made to?
Sir?
Who was the note made to?
It was made to me. Well, the guy's name was Bill Atkins, whose name that I forged.
Causing confusion on this, but I'm trying to.
Okay,
The note was made. Who was the lender?
Oh, it was just a small town bank in Georgia. I live in Chattanooga, which was like 6 miles across the state line.
Okay.
And
So
that's
you walked into a bank and forged your friend's signature on the note?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did they not check your ID or?
It was actually wasn't a bank. It was a lending place, and I had it was a check stub that I showed them. I acted like I had my license with me, and I didn't. And so I pulled out this check stub that had his name on it, and she looked down at it and she said, "Well, that'll work for now until we get." She said, "Can you bring back an ID in a couple of weeks where we won't get in case we get audited?" And I said, "Sure." So it was that easy to back in 06 to do that. So that's what happened back then.
Well, that's the very type of conviction that might trouble the commission, because this is, we'd call it fraud up here. But you'd be the type dealership where you're applying to work is is it
Mazda Mitsubishi.
I'm sorry.
A Mazda Mitsubishi.
Mazda Mitsubishi.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So you wouldn't be handling money directly, or someone else does that, I suppose.
Sir. That was the judge told me. He says the first time I've had to convict somebody of helping somebody's credit when you forged a loan instead of hurting somebody's credit. So.
I think it's important why he took the loan out. You haven't said that.
In the nature of the business nowadays is that there's a tremendous amount of scrutiny on consumer credit. I mean,
Someone else was involved with you on that. What was that?
It's the I was dating a girl at the time, and she had a child that had special needs and needed some medicine, and she's the one that knew the guy. And so when she got the information for me, and I was the one that went and signed it for it. So that's why I was trying to help her out. I know it's not an excuse. I mean, it was 10 years ago, and I understand that me being in the restaurant business, that ruined my career, because, if you get a forgery or find a theft taken and you're in restaurant management, your career's ruined. I mean, who wants to give you a chance of running a restaurant and you stole $500 from somebody? So that really ruined my life, to be honest with you, because that's all I've done other than when I was in the Navy. I got out of the Navy and then went in the restaurant business, and that's the only business I knew. So by making that mistake of trying to help somebody, I know it's my fault. I'm the one that did it. But, you know, I've paid a price for the last 10 years for that.
Briefly hear from the gentleman that came with you.
Sir, I'm the sales manager for the dealership that Jamie's applying for. Actually, I'll just kind of say, you know, when we first met Jamie, he came into the store and he had a previous sales license from the previous dealership. He had 2 approved prior to this one. And whenever I handed him the form, he said, well, I've never filled one of these out before. And I said, well, I said, you've had licenses before, right? And he said, yeah. He said, but I've never filled one out. I said, okay. I said, well, he said, you know, and he had told me when he got hired about his felony and all that, you know, and I told him, I said, you know, I said, put whatever happened on there. I said, we can explain it. He told me the story, and, you know, I know Jamie personally now, just kind of from where he's, you know, he's employed at the dealership, just kind of waiting on this to, you know, happen. Hopefully it does. And I can tell you, I mean, just from the short time I've known him, I mean, he's got a sister who's in jail right now for the circumstances of it are unbelievable. His father left him when he was a child. Jamie's overcome a lot in his lifetime, and I, you know, I personally admire him. I mean, you know, he beats himself up all the time because this is kind of, he's getting a start in life now.
Question for the staff. Page 13, the last document in this, is that related to this or not? Okay, just making sure because nobody was mentioning it.
And sales manager, would you mind stating your name for the record? I may have missed that.
Justin Wolf.
Thank you.
I have questions for you.
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn, will you be supervising him?
Me?
Yes.
Directly, yes.
Okay. Does he handle any finance
Not at all.
information?
Nothing other than paperwork. Like, and not even legal documents, just, you know, guest sheets. That's it.
Questions? Any motions?
Webb make a motion, we approve his license.
Second.
Mr. Webb makes a motion to grant, and Mr. Trickett seconds. Any discussion of the motion? Chair calls for a roll call vote. Yes, to grant the license.
Chairman Roberts.
No.
Commissioner Clayton.
Yes.
Abstain.
Yeah.
Commissioner Fox.
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson.
No.
Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Trickett.
Yes.
Commissioner Norton.
No.
Commissioner Vaughn.
No.
Commissioner Webb.
Yes.
Commissioner Levy. Have 5 noes, 4 yes, and 1 abstention.
Carries then. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir.
No.
No,
I
no,
think motion
no.
failed.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. What
Yeah,
was it?
I think it's a little confusing. We had 4 would be yes to grant the license, 5 no against granting the license, and 1 abstain. So the no, there's more no's than there are yeses.
I'm very sorry for that
That's okay.
error. Sorry, it wasn't granted. You can reapply to another.
Can I ask a question just for general asking?
Maybe.
Okay.
I'll let you know if we'll answer or not. Go
Okay.
ahead.
I've had 3 dealer's license in the last 2 years, and they put no as me having a conviction on my sentence as a felony. I put yes and told the truth on this one that I knew about that I was supposed to, and I get denied. How did I get a license 3 other times? By lying, or by them, the dealership that I work for, lying. But when I tell them the truth to go get a job and put yes for something that happened 10 years ago, I get denied.
Well, it's possible that had the staff caught that, or if you were on appeal and it was filled out incorrectly, it's very possible you would have been denied. But that might be a question for the legal here.
Is there another
But
step that we can go to from here, or
you
is
can-
this?
You can reapply.
We can reapply.
Mhm. You can reapply as many times as you choose.
And submit all the facts that he just discussed.
We still need a motion to deny.
Motion to deny.
Commissioner Jackson, motion to deny.
Second.
Can we just do a voice vote? Better not, roll call vote. Yes is for, yes would be for the motion to deny.
Chairman Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Clayton,
Abstain.
Commissioner Fox,
No.
Commissioner Jackson, Commissioner Murray,
No.
Commissioner Trickett, Commissioner Norton,
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Yes.
Commissioner Webb,
No.
Commissioner Levy. Five votes to deny the license, 4 against, and 1 to abstain.
Reapply. Thank you. Franklin Michael Hughes. Franklin Michael Hughes. For the record, Mr. Hughes must not be in attendance. Are you Mr. Hughes, sir, in the back? No, okay. All right, is there a motion to uphold the denial?
I'd like to make a motion that we uphold the denial.
Second, Commissioner Norton.
Motion, Mr. Vaughn, and the second was Commissioner Norton. We'll have a roll call vote. Yes would be to uphold the denial.
Chairman Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Clayton,
Yes.
Commissioner Fox,
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson,
Yes.
Commissioner Murray,
Yes.
Commissioner Trickett,
Yes.
Commissioner Norton,
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Yes.
Commissioner Levy. Motion carries to deny.
Joshua Pohl. Morning, sir. Welcome to the commission. Mr. Reddish?
Jury found Mr. Pohl guilty of vehicular manslaughter under the influence. Additionally, Mr. Pohl pled guilty to failure to remain at the scene of an injury. These convictions came on October 28th, 2006, for which Mr. Pohl received a sentence of 30 years. However, he is eligible for early release due to good behavior. Application may be denied until October 28th of 2041.
Pohl, do you have a driver's license, Tennessee driver's license?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay. All right. Would you like to, I think that the record speaks for itself. Are you refuting any of that? Is that accurate?
That is accurate, sir.
Okay. Let's go straight to questions since we've had that read into the record. How long have you been a resident of Tennessee?
I've been here since 12/13/14, December 13, 2014. Starting over, sir.
Yes, sir.
Starting over.
What did you bring with you today, sir?
This is Mr. Jerry Broadus, our senior sales manager.
What's the last name again, sir?
Broadus.
Broadus.
Yes, sir.
Would you like to address the commission?
Yes, sir. I've known Joshua for 7 months, and he told me about the incident that happened. Talked about it, and he's a
leaning to the mic a little bit, sir.
would like to, see him get his sales license. He's got a promising career in the sales business.
Oh, you're welcome to speak, and I'm not slighting you by moving on, but I don't want to put you through the trauma of going back through your particular incident.
I have no problem speaking about it, sir. On August 1st of 2006, I was responsible for causing the death, getting behind the wheel, and causing the death of a mother and a man's wife. And I chose to not stay at the scene. I drove away. An hour later, I was caught, pulled over, and I was arrested, charged, and found guilty with those charges. I served 8.5 years on a 30-year with 10 years suspended sentence, 20 years. Never had a speeding ticket or a DUI prior to that or since. I enlisted at 18, turned 19 in basic training, was deployed during OIF 3 from October of 2004 to 2005. Served in Baghdad, Fallujah, and Mosul. I gave up a promising career in the Army, knowing that it was going to cost me my marriage. And within a few months of me returning home, it fell apart anyway. And a few months after that, my wife became pregnant with another man's child. And I began drinking on a daily basis. During my incarceration, I used it as an opportunity to the best of my ability. I was the third person in the the history of the state of Montana prison system to take the ACT exam. I scored in the top 87 percentile. I scored a 27. I went up as high as differential calculus. I taught subjects ranging from beginning math and reading all the way up to trig. Since then, I've used my experience by talking at high schools, elementary schools, as well as reaching out to other veterans and addicts and alcoholics, sharing my experience to help them in their road to recovery. And I was granted an early release, which is very uncommon in the state of Montana because of my academic achievements and for my record, how I use my time. This represents an opportunity for me to have a life that I can be proud of again, that it represents a future. I was employed at Sarah Chevrolet for 90 days. I did very well. It gave me a newfound hope in what my life could look like, represented security. And it's a great family to be a part of. Mr. Barry Carver, he's outside of the military, the most inspiring and positive person I've ever had the pleasure of being employed by. And he's assembled a fantastic team of management that I'm just really happy to be a part of. And there's nothing that I could ever do or say that would change, the things that I did. And the only thing I can do is try and move forward and make the best life that I can.
Questions for Mr. Pohl? Is there?
I'd like to make a motion that we grant the license.
Second.
Motion that by Commissioner Vaughn, seconded by Commissioner Trickett. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, chair calls for roll call vote.
Chairman Roberts.
Yes.
Commissioner Clayton.
Yes.
Commissioner Fox.
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson.
Yes.
Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Trickett.
Yes.
Commissioner Norton.
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Yes.
Commissioner Webb.
Yes.
Commissioner Levy.
Yes.
Motion carries to grant the license.
Congratulations, Mr. Pohl, and thank you for your service to our country. Horatio Edmond. Morning, Mr. Edmond. Have a seat, sir. Mr. Radish.
Mr. Edmonds' application and judgments reveal a conviction for the facilitation of felony murder in July of 2005. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison. However, he is currently out on parole. His parole will end in September of 2016. So he may be denied until September of 2021. Also marked no on the question about felonies on his application.
Mr. Edmond, who filled out your application? Or did you not know, or?
Filled it out for him, and Horatio come to work for me about.
Let you lean up a little bit into the mic, sir.
I'm Stan Perry, Perry Auto Sales. I was up there on Charlotte Avenue for 40 years. I sold last year, moved to Horatio went with me. He's been one of the better blessings. I didn't know about the felony thing until after I filled it out for him. He signed it. I mailed it in. We went and got the court, whatever the
final judgment decree.
Okay, we went and got that, turned it back in. So that's where we're at now.
Mr. Edmond, you'd like to address the commission briefly?
Oh, yes, sir. Well, when I caught this charge, I was 15 years old. I was charged as an adult. And to sum it up, it was me, two other guys, and one of the guys had got into it with another guy about a week or two previously to that, and a weapon was pulled out, you know. So the other guy, you know, me and two more other guys, we had saw the guy walking, which the neighborhood that we grew up in, North Nashville, and so he pulled his weapon out, you know, and shot the guy. I was just with him, so they charged me with not telling, you know. So that's where the facilitation came along with that. So I've been, I graduated from Nashville Auto Diesel College since all this occurred. I just like being in the car business, and I appreciate it if, you know, my license would be granted.
How long were you incarcerated? How long were you incarcerated?
I did time in juvenile, mostly on papers. I say summed up about two years maybe.
How you been doing since?
I've been good. Like I said, I've graduated from Nashville Auto Diesel College. It was after I thought, you know, getting that degree would help me find jobs, you know, outside of my record, but it didn't really help. And Mr. Perry, he gave me the opportunity and seen the potential in me, you know, to help me out. So I've been doing pretty good. No other charges. I ain't been in no trouble.
Does he come to work regularly, Mr. Perry? Yes. You caught him lying to the public, anything like that?
Horatio does my cleanups. He's not selling no cars or anything like that, but he does all my cleanups. He goes to the bank, makes deposits, anything you ask him to do.
Tells you the truth then?
Yes, sir. And shows up for work every day.
Questions from the commission?
Commissioner Jackson, just wanted to, so you didn't have the weapon, someone with you had the weapon that
Yes,
shot
sir.
the guy?
Yes, sir.
And you got charged with?
Facilitation.
Because you was with?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Kind of like accessory, I believe.
Questions?
Why would you not bring a properly filled out application with you at least today that wipes out this false application?
I didn't know it was marked no on there, honestly. I just signed it.
I have a question for the staff. Has the dealership been in any trouble with the commission that you're aware of? Have you?
At this point in time, we're not aware.
Barry, how many salesmen do you employ?
I've got 5 wholesalers that bill through me. When I was up there on Charlotte, I had more retail salesmen, but since I moved to Goodlettsville, it's close to home. It's me and a ratio there. I wait on the customers. He cleans up the cars. If I need to run off, that's what I'd like to see about him having salesman's license. If I go to the auction or something, I could leave him there and wait on customers.
I have a question to make it clear. When you fill the application out and mark no, were you aware of his past?
No, sir.
Okay.
Not until I got the rejection letter. Then I talked to him about it, and that's when we went and got this court or whatever it is. We went and got that, and then I turned it back in.
How long has he been selling as a salesman at your dealership? How long has he been selling?
Don't sell.
He doesn't never has?
No, sir.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to do, so
Okay.
I can go to the sales and stuff.
Okay, that clears it up.
A question for the staff. Would it be part of your procedure that if a person was determined to have incorrectly filled out the correctly signed form, or once the process is started, you just continue on with it and not get a new form?
Process would be if a felony conviction is detected and it does not fall outside of the perimeters that would allow them to automatically be licensed, that application would be denied and they would be afforded the opportunity to come before the commission and the commission hear their case. He would need to submit, if the commission did make a determination to grant the license, he would need to resubmit an application with the accurate information on it.
Other questions? I would add a comment that any consideration of granting be done subject to a proper application.
That was going to be my question. We just denied an applicant for the similar same thing, not filling out the application properly.
Give him a timeline, maybe 30 days. It's got to be done within 30 days. If not, it stays.
My question is that if we did that, what if he went upstairs and filled it out properly while they're here?
That would be up to him and the staff. If you put a timeline on there, I don't think we need to leave it out. I don't think we need to grant with a bad application out there and have any amount of time that he likes. Now, you can make a motion any fashion you want. He's got to do it by tomorrow if that's the wishes of the commission. But timeline on there if you choose. I suggest some kind of timeline if that's where you're going. Are we okay with that, Mr. Reddish?
What's your question?
If there's a motion to grant, can we do this with a subject to a timeline for getting the application filled in properly?
I believe you can motion to grant pending a corrected application being submitted.
Commissioner Jackson, motion to grant the application pending a proper application is submitted.
Second.
Jackson, motion to grant pending proper application, and seconded by Commissioner Vaughn. Any discussion? One discussion point is, would it be advisable to have a timeline? Does this go in? I would assume he's going to go right and do this, but if he doesn't, this is out there in perpetuity.
You may set a timeline.
Then 24. Can I amend my motion?
Motion.
Oh,
I think
okay.
you have to withdraw your old motion.
I withdraw my old motion. Commissioner Jackson withdraw my old motion.
On
Oh,
to
yes, I withdraw my, a second.
Would you like to start, let's,
Yeah.
I motion that the license be granted pending a 24-hour proper application being submitted.
Second.
ending 24 hours. All right, call the roll call. Vote, please.
Chairman Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Clayton, Commissioner Fox,
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson,
Yes.
Commissioner Murray,
Yes.
Commissioner Trickett,
Yes.
Commissioner Norton,
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Yes.
Commissioner Levy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Understand, sir?
Yes,
Timeline,
sir.
You got 24 hours.
Yes, sir.
Right now.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Ms. Malik will assist you if you'll follow this lady here.
Bobby Freeman?
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
My name's Dean Hinton. I'm appearing on behalf of Mr. Freeman.
Okay.
Mr. David Burke, the General Manager of Peggy Auto Sales, is also here. I know the Commissioner probably doesn't want to hear a lot of information from a long-winded attorney, so I'll try and be brief in my comments. I know you probably want to speak to Mr. Freeman and Mr. Burke, but I did get keyed in to what happened here, the hearing in July of 2015, the last time we were here. And I want to thank Mr. Gilliam for orienting me toward the video. I do have some few quick comments to the Commission. I don't mean to monopolize the conversation. I just want to sort of present a few things that I've found in this case that hopefully would add to the discussion that's already been held. And we do appreciate what the Commission does. You're trying to keep out the riffraff, the criminal element, those who might defraud consumers and reflect badly on the automobile industry. But having said that, I did find, I guess I did have one key issue, and I think the gentleman to my left is the attorney for the Commission. So if I say anything, maybe
Reddish.
Perhaps he can add to the conversation when I finish up. The one thing that I saw is I can't find in the case law where what Mr. Freeman is convicted of is a crime of moral turpitude. And the Commission was very specific when it denied Mr. Freeman's application. It's based on Tennessee Code Annotated 5517-114, Subpart A, Subpart 1, Subpart C. You can deny, suspend, or revoke a license based on a crime of moral turpitude. And then you all know about the 5-year prohibition after someone comes off probation or parole. So as I said, I can't find anywhere in the Tennessee Code or case law where what Mr. Freeman did is a crime of moral turpitude. And what he did, I think you already know this, it was presented before, what he was involved in was a conspiracy to distribute and possess with intent to distribute in excess of 50 grams of crack cocaine. Now, 50 grams, just in case, just to orient you a little bit, 50 grams is a packet of sugar is a gram. So if you emptied 50 packets of sugar right here, that's the amount of product, if you will, that he's being held responsible for. It's not an ounce, it's not a kilo, it's a gram. Now, the legislature, the Tennessee legislature, did not seem to do this commission any favors because it did not define what a crime of moral turpitude is. And I'm looking at Tennessee Code Annotated 5517-102. In the, in that definition, that list of definitions, they did talk about what a motor vehicle salesperson is, what a recreational vehicle is, fraud, a factory branch. They even define what a person is, but they didn't define what a crime of moral turpitude is. And by the way, the legislature could have just said, hey, any felony plus 5 years, but they didn't do that, or any misdemeanor that shows untrustworthiness. Now, I did go and look in Tennessee case law. I did a Lexis search. I found 13 cases when I put in crime of moral turpitude. Now, none of these cases involve drugs or conspiracy to sell drugs. They involve larceny, burglary, theft, lewd and lascivious assault on a child under 14, child neglect. Those were the cases that I saw. So that neither the Tennessee legislature nor the Tennessee court system has defined selling drugs on the black market as a crime of moral turpitude, to my knowledge. Now, this commission is a fine group of people, but I don't think you can define what a crime of moral turpitude is, because you don't have the authority. Your authority is in 55-107. That defines your powers and duties. You can promulgate reasonable, substantive, and procedural rules, and you can prescribe forms, such as your complaint forms and your renewal forms and so forth. to be used in your business. So I just want to say, perhaps emphatically, that this commission cannot say what a crime of moral turpitude is. That authority has historically come from the judicial branch, which defines what's a crime of moral turpitude on a case-by-case basis. And drug trafficking, as far as I can tell, is not a crime of moral turpitude unless and until a judge in this jurisdiction says it is. Now, I want to move on from that. I want to move on to something else. I want to say a few other things I think goes in Mr. Freeman's favor. First of all, he was sentenced to 84 months in federal prison. It was a federal crime, not a state crime. He was sentenced right over here on 9th and Broadway by Judge Alida A. Trauger. Judge Trauger sentenced him on September 3rd, 2003. Now, he was sentenced under old guidelines. Historically, there's been a disparity between crack cocaine and powder cocaine, and it's based on a racial bias because I don't believe this, but this is the historical racial bias, is that crack cocaine was a black man's drug. Now, you know, Mr. Freeman is obviously Caucasian, so there's a lot of information out there that's a false belief. And so, to get to the point, a person 10 years ago, a person under the old guidelines faced 10 years in prison for as little as 10 grams of crack cocaine. For as little as 10 grams, you faced 10, but you needed 1,000 grams of powder cocaine to be convicted for the same 10 years. Now, this disparity in sentencing, based on the weight of the drug, was reduced by the Fair Sentencing Act in 2010. That's long before he was sentenced, long after he was sentenced. So, in a sense, Mr. Freeman was sentenced unfairly because Congress saw that there was this racial bias, this historical anomaly. And I know what this commission's thinking. It's shoulda, woulda, coulda. We're looking at the facts now versus the facts then. We don't want to go back in Monday morning quarterback, what happened. But Mr. Freeman, under these new guidelines passed in 2010, the Fair Sentencing Act, he would have been given approximately 36 months or so in prison. His probation term would have been over a long time ago if he had been sentenced under these newer guidelines. So it's something I hope you consider as we move forward. Now, there was also a lot of discussion at the last hearing about Mr. Freeman's probation violations. As it came up in federal court, Judge Trauger dealt with him. She heard the violations at the time, and she didn't revoke his probation. She didn't think they rose to that level. Now, I know there was perhaps there were some red flags from this commission based upon that, but the last time I can look in this probation file that he failed a drug test was May of 2009. That was 7 years ago. And I think the gentleman that was up here that was given a license and he sold some marijuana or something, I don't know if he was ever made to take any drug tests. But I think you're asking Mr. Freeman to take some drug tests. And I have some documentation here where he has been taking drug tests and he has been going to Narcotics Anonymous meetings, and I think that was what the commission had asked him to do. Now, how old was Mr. Freeman when he was arrested and charged with this crime? He was 22 years old. He'll be 40 next year. Half a lifetime ago was when he committed this crime. Now, Mr. Burke, at the last hearing, he had said, you asked him, why do you want Mr. Freeman to be a salesperson? Mr. Burke said that Mr. Freeman was dependable. But I think in talking to Mr. Burke, he forgot to tell you something. Mr. Freeman's good with people. So you have someone with knowledge of automobiles, good with people, he's dependable, has a good work ethic. That tells me that he would make a good salesperson. Now, really and truly, what this hearing is about, not so much as Mr. Freeman as it is about Peggy Auto Sale. Mr. Burke has been in business himself 41 years. He's been at Peggy Auto Sales 7 or 8 years. Peggy Auto Sales has been in business 32 years. 10 years at the current location in Hendersonville? If Peggy's Auto Sales has given you any trouble in the past, I could see you denying this application. But in talking to Mr. Burke, it doesn't seem to be the case. I don't think Peggy Auto Sales is a problem child or any of their salespeople. So I guess that's it. I do want to present these Narcotics Anonymous meeting attendance records, and he has been taking his drug screens. I think that's what the commission was asking for. And I would, if there's any questions, you have them, Mr. Freeman, Mr. Burke, please feel free, and I'll go ahead and sit down.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Burke, do you own Peggy's Auto Sales?
No, sir, I do not. I'm just the GM there.
Answer this question. How many of your salespeople at Peggy's Auto Sales are convicted felons?
I've only had one other one that's there that y'all passed to give a license to. No, and maybe one over in the wholesale department that was there before I was.
I don't want to imply something that's not accurate, but I remember seeing Peggy's Auto Sales up here many times on license appeals.
I've been with them going on 8 years, a little over 7.5 now.
Have some of those that were on appeal to sell motor vehicles at Peggy's Auto Sales denied?
Or not that I know of. Since I have been with them, I had been with another gentleman that had a drug addiction that was passed. It's been probably 2-3 years ago, I'm going to say, that he had went through his courses. I never had to produce drug tests back to the board or anything on him, but he came up, explained the situations, what happened. He had went through all of his drug counseling and also was a counselor for against the drugs in that part. And y'all went ahead and applied for his license, and y'all gave it to him.
I'm certain I have sat in on or been in on license appeals for applicants for Peggy's Auto Sales for more than one time.
Well, only one time since I've been there, sir.
Have a way to refute the facts, except to say.
I mean, that's true. I mean, I've only had one person that I've been up here on that has had any type of drug conviction, eviction on it itself that went through, and we came through and it was passed. He had worked for several other dealerships in the past as well.
So, one of the reasons, and it's a consistent reason with the commission that I see in the questioning that we have, is what kind of atmosphere, what kind of culture are we sending a convicted felon to so that they don't get in? Because so many times we hear, in fact, time after time we hear, and we've heard it this morning, well, he got in with a bad crowd, made a mistake, the other guy did it and I was with him, this kind of thing. And if you've got multiple convicted felons at your store and we license another one to come in, we're doing the same thing that caused that the applicants sometimes will say caused their problem was being with the wrong crowd.
I can understand that. I've seen it by being in the car business as long as I have. I've seen that happen at many dealerships throughout my lifetime. I feel the group of people I have working with me now are all straight up good people. I haven't seen any problems out of any of my salespeople that I have working for me. We came in here as bringing a gentleman in that was working detail, cleanup, and everything at my store. Also, he's opened up his own detail shop to where he's worked off of it, but he has wanted to apply and still get into being sales at the sales department. And I feel that he has a family. He seems to be very proper. He does what I asked him to do when I send a car out and have it brought back in. And just knowing the politeness and the way that he handles this sale, I believe he'll do very well in the business.
For the staff, what was the date of the previous denial?
I don't believe he's actually been denied. He appeared in July of 2015. We simply asked him to come back with some evidence that he had been seeking treatment.
If I remember correctly, the topic of conversation of the, I guess not denial, but the non-granting was the close in time to maybe some parole violations, and we were concerned about the. Since that time has passed, have there been any
Yes, sir.
incidents? with
Every
the
time that we
applicant?
have seen, last time was back in February that I asked for a drug test. He's been clean. Several pieces of paper here where he's took drug tests, as well as going to the AA meetings and trying to, get his life better off. He's a young man that has a good personality, talks to people around us and people that when he comes into our store to take care of automobiles, or if I have an automobile that I have scratches and a bunch of stuff that I see I can't do, I'll give him a call, tell him, look at it and see what it is. And he can settle the customers down and ensure them that he can do what he can, or he lets us know what he cannot do to get it done right.
Have there been any other issues with violation of law, arrests?
When was my recollection is a parole violation. Am I right? Did the council say there was a parole violation?
Yes, sir, but that was based upon what I saw in the video from July of 2015. I think the gentleman over to my right was, had discussed that. probation violation.
My question is,
Since
when was the
2013.
parole violation that you referred to? When was that parole violation? 2009. And what was the nature of the parole violation?
The nature of the parole violation was a failed drug screen.
Okay.
It was a failed drug screen at the time. I've never failed a drug test since 2009. Like I had told y'all before, I had actually went to Centerstone. After that one right there, they had determined that I was a little bit mad at the time. I had just come out, some things had been going wrong. They actually sent me through anger management classes there, on top of the actual drug classes that I took. And after that, I had not been in anything else as far as any type of probation violation at all.
Questions for Mr. Freeman?
I just have one more question, I apologize.
Commissioner Levy?
Counsel for the applicant made the statement that trafficking illegal drugs is not evidence. Recommendations in previous cases have said that both federal and state case law have found that trafficking in illegal drugs is a crime of moral turpitude. Does it respond to?
Sorry, what was the question?
Do you want to respond to counsel's statement that trafficking in illegal drugs is
Yes,
not a crime of moral turpitude?
There's an attorney general's opinion stating that you can rely on federal law as persuasive authority, and federal law does hold that trafficking in illegal drugs is a crime of moral turpitude. And further, if he wishes to challenge that, they can appeal to the Chancery Court upon a denial.
Make a motion that we approve the license.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Levy to approve the license, seconded by Commissioner Trickett. Any discussion of the motion? Chair calls for roll call vote.
Chairman Roberts. Commissioner Clayton.
Yes.
Commissioner Fox.
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson.
Yes.
Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Trickett.
Yes.
Commissioner Norton.
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Yes.
Commissioner Webb.
Yes.
Commissioner Levy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
I want to thank y'all very much.
I want to say thank you as well.
Stephen Otis, Town and Country Ford. Welcome to the commission. Mr. Reddish?
Mr. Otis was convicted for the sale of cocaine in January of 2007. His record also revealed parole violation in January of 2015 for additional sale of cocaine. Due to the probation violation, Mr. Otis is now on probation until April of 2025. Therefore, the application may be denied until April of 2030.
I'm sorry, could he repeat those dates again?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
There's a January 2015 parole violation that extended your sentence until April of 2025.
That would be incorrect. Sentence is actually up January the 17th of 2017. I was placed on a 10-year sentence back in 2007, which I caught the actual charge in 2005. I have since walked that down, but I did have a violation in 2014, and I was reinstated and to carry out the rest, which expires January 17th of 2017.
I can take a look at this, sir.
I'm sorry, sir?
Give us a couple of seconds to take a look at this.
No problem.
I'm looking at page 9 in your packets. It says effective April 3rd, 2015, has a sentence length of 10 years supervised probation. If that's been shortened, then we don't have those documents.
Could you provide those documents, sir?
Sir, I've been to the probation officer. I've also been down to the courts. I've provided, not once, but 3 times, the final decree, okay? It states on there the sentence, the length of it, the expiration date. I don't know what else the board is looking for.
Regardless of the date, what was the nature of the parole violation?
Parole violation, sir, was it was a domestic dispute between me and my ex-wife. What happened was her sister got involved, and when the police came, I was not so friendly. And since I wasn't, they gave me a charge. They gave me a charge of, it was, what did they call it? I can't remember the exact title of it, but that was what actually violated the 10 years that I was on, and I actually got reinstated, and I was to finish out the rest of the 10-year sentence, which I said expires on January 17th of 2017.
So there wasn't a parole violation for the sale of cocaine?
No, that was the actual charge, okay? The first charge was what was violated. So that's how it was titled. Now, I'm not sure how the courts do it because I'm not a lawyer myself. I will say that I've done some things that I'm not so proud of, but since I have been trying to get things together, hold myself more accountable because I do have children, and I want them to walk the right path and not follow behind the things that I've done, which were devious and unright.
Would the gentleman that came with you like to address the commission?
Mr. Otis has represented himself to be an exemplary salesman and a fine human being. He worked for us from October of last year until he was denied, and he was at work every day on time. He doesn't use profane language, which is very difficult in the car business. He holds himself to a higher standard, and we're really. I'm sorry?
Can you introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Jason Tao. I'm the sales manager at Town and Country Ford. And we see him as an asset to the company, and we would definitely stand up for him and like to see him at our dealership.
Questions from the commission?
Trying to, this domestic dispute, which.
Yes, sir.
What date was that?
November 9th, November 11th, 2014.
Where the incident happened in 2005. The incident happened in 2005, the drug incident.
Yes. It actually took, I caught that charge, I want to say maybe June of 2005, May of 2005. And it was actually 2007 before we actually came to a disposition on the case. January of 2007, as a matter of fact.
This parole violation that we're talking about?
It's actually a probation violation, sir.
Probation
Never
violation.
been placed on parole.
probation violation.
Yes, sir.
In 2015, and that's when
No,
you
sir.
had
It was actually 2014. That's why I had to listen again to the dates that I'm not sure what his name is here was saying, because they don't ring a bell with me. And believe me, if I've gotten in trouble, I should know roundabout when that was.
So it wasn't cocaine, it was a dispute.
No, sir.
which-
Yes, sir.
Let me ask the staff, where did you find the information that he violated probation in 2015 because of sale of cocaine? Can you show me this in the document? Or?
Sure. On the document I highlighted earlier, it says sentence imposed date January 25th, 2007 and January 6th, 2015. It also says for an effective date April 3rd, 2015. We did just check the felony offender registration for Tennessee, and it does show his probation ends in 2017. So it may have just been a confusing document from the court. But regardless, I mean, these documents show a 2015 date. It may have happened in late 2014. The court just got to it in January of 2015, something along those lines. It's hard to say for sure.
But it had nothing to do with the cocaine violation. It was dispute with his wife, ex-wife.
It doesn't say on the documents we have. I was just reading for no indicted offense, sale of cocaine. So again, that may have just been judge or the court that issued this.
I mean, if there was a violation where he allegedly, where the record showed that he, back in 2005, he had distribution of cocaine, and then he violated it again in 2014, doing the same thing, then I would have a real serious problem with that. But I'm just trying to determine if it actually was cocaine or if it's what he said, a dispute with his ex-wife.
The only indication on the document I'm referring to, the only crime listed on here is for sale of cocaine, but that may relate to the original offense. Have you found the document that I'm referring to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Provide us just a little bit more explanation.
I was just going to ask if I could speak, okay?
The probation violation? The
violation comes in because the original order was violated, okay? Again, I'm not an attorney, but I'm trying to explain this as best as I
I think
can.
I think where we're struggling is we want to make sure that whatever happened in late 2014 is not something that should give us concern
I understand.
that you hadn't learned the lesson. So other than you were less than polite with the police officers that responded, can we have a little bit more explanation as to what happened that day?
What happened that day, I had an uncle that had passed away, and I was going through some things. His birthday was a couple of days prior. Wife and I were already going through it. It even got to the point as to where I would leave to come back when I know she was gone. This particular day, her sister was filling her head up with stuff, and I found out she had emptied out the bank account. We exchanged some words. The sister was on the other end, and I could hear the sister say, "I'm calling the police." I was downstairs on my laptop when the police came, and like I said, the police officer and I exchanged some words. The other one stuck his foot in the door, pulled me on out. When he went in, he saw as to where I had moved some furniture around, looking for bank cards and money that she had hid from me. And by this time, the sister came, went in the house, gave him a story. I was under arrest. I know that I could have handled things a different way, but in the heat of the moment there, I was so frustrated, I was angry, and plus I was going through some things. But believe me, I have found better ways to channel my anger and to deal with things, especially my frustrations.
Commissioner Jackson, I motion that we grant the license.
Second.
Jackson makes a motion to grant the license, seconded by Commissioner Vaughn. Any discussion of the motion? Chair calls for a roll call vote.
Chairman Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Clayton,
Yes.
Commissioner Fox,
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson,
Yes.
Commissioner Murray,
Yes.
Commissioner Trickett,
Yes.
Commissioner Norton,
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Yes.
Commissioner Levy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Congratulations, Mr. Otis.
Thank you, and I will not let you down. I will be the best salesman town and country Ford has.
Thank you, sir. Good luck. Richard Batts. Mr. Batts. Morning, sir. Mr.
Good morning,
Batts
gentlemen.
is-
My name is Johnny Ellis. I guess good morning, gentlemen, and Commissioner Vaughn, Director Shaw. My name's Johnny Ellis. I'm an attorney here on behalf of Mr. Batts, who's right here, and this is Andy Obiasi, the owner of Murfreesboro Toyota Scion. Would like to introduce Mr. Batts to you. He is our applicant for the salesman's position. The infraction that brings us here today happened when Mr. Batts was a 22-year-old kid, basically. He was riding in a car when the car was pulled over, and the driver of the car had more than a half a gram of cocaine in the car. Apparently, that individual was being observed by a multi-member task force, and there was a larger sting operation, and Mr. Batts got wound up in all of that. The information that we've provided for you includes a 61-page count which shows all the defendants in multiple counts. Mr. Batts' name appears on 2 pages, and one of those counts, which is possession of more than a half a gram of cocaine. At that time, the arrest was in 2003. That was July of 2003 when Mr. Batts was 22 years old. After about 2.5 or 3 years of litigation, he pled guilty because he just was tired of it. There was 8 years of probation, which he's fulfilled and completed. We have a letter from the acting probation officer. The order is in process. By oversight, that had not been completed yet. But since then, Mr. Batts, who grew up in the J.C. Napier homes here in Nashville, graduated from Vol State Community College with a degree there, has attended MTSU, paid his student loans. He's been a supervisor at a distributorship in Laverne where he supervised over 120 people. He's participated as a coach for Little League football. He's married, has 2 children, one on the way, and I'm here primarily so that you understand he appreciates the gravity of this opportunity to become a salesman and further his life and be better able to provide for himself and his family. And with nothing further, I would like to turn this over to you and to Mr. Batts.
Yes, first, Mr. Reddish, anything stated that you disagree with in terms of facts?
No, Mr. Batts is convicted for possession of cocaine with intent to distribute. He does have a probation violation from January 2013. It's not clear what that violation was for. He may be denied until June of 2019.
Mr. Bass, let's start with the violation. What was that for in 2013?
At the particular warehouse, Sinram in Laverne, I was over like 120 people. We was in the 4th quarter. At this time, I was reporting to see my probation officer 4 times a year. Okay, this particular day, I had some hot orders from Warner Brothers, and I had to get out. I emailed my probation officer, and I asked her if I could just catch up with everything on my next visit. I received an email back from her saying that was fine, and to instruct, because she was on maternity leave, she said to call her supervisor. So I reached out to her supervisor 3 or 4 times. After I couldn't get to her supervisor, I left work, to try to get up there and get everything situated. I wasn't able to get there in time. A month or so later, police came to my job, and they had a warrant saying that I was in violation for failure to appear. They allowed me to go back to my computer to get the emails from my probation officer, in which I took those to Judge Blackburn, and she reinstated me. And she added like 3 months to my probation, which pushed me out to get 2014.
Questions for Mr. Batts?
Commissioner Vaughn, have you been in any other trouble?
No, ma'am.
There's no other issues or anything like that?
No other issues.
Questions?
Make the motion, we approve his license.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Trickett, seconded by Commissioner Murray. Okay, any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, Chair calls for a roll call vote.
Chairman Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Clayton, Commissioner Fox.
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson,
Yes.
Commissioner Murray,
Yes.
Commissioner Trickett,
Yes.
Commissioner Norton,
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Yes.
Commissioner Levy. Motion carries.
Congratulations, Mr. Bass.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck with your career.
All right.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
William Miller. Cameron and Mr. Miller, thank you for your patience. You've been here a long time, I assume. Thank you. Counsel.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Do you want Mr. Reddish to make his statement first?
Mr. Miller was convicted for reckless vehicular homicide, aggravated assault, leaving the scene of an accident with a death. He received a sentence of 4 years beginning on September 11, 2012. He is currently on supervised probation until September 2016. Therefore, his application may be denied until September of 2021. Additionally, I believe you've all been provided with a statement from Mr. Miller.
Members of the commission, I'm Jim Cameron. I represent William Blake Miller, he goes by Blake, who is here today with his uncle, Lynn, and his grandfather, Herman Jenkins, who are dealers in Union City, Tennessee. Mr. Miller pled guilty to negligent vehicular homicide. He was between 3 and 4 o'clock one morning in Shelby County. He and friends had been out partying. He was on the interstate in the left lane when up in front of him up here, the lane is closing down because of construction. Middle lane occupied by a tractor trailer. He comes around, as he should have, behind the tractor trailer to get into the right lane. As he comes into the right lane, another car is pulling off into the interstate at a very slow speed, and he collides with the left rear of the other car. It was a tragic accident, should not have happened. He had been drinking at the time, and he served his he had a 30-day jail sentence, served 15 days of that. He had a revoked license, which was restored in September of 2015. He finishes his probation in September of 2016 of this year. At the time of this accident, he was working in Memphis for Dobbs in the parts account. He has had a couple of other jobs. In February, March of this year, he went to work for his uncle and his grandfather to be a salesman, made his application. It was rejected, and he's here today asking you to be granted a salesman's license. He's not working as a salesman. He's been doing a number of other things at the dealership you can do without a license. He is a young fellow who made a mistake. He has paid for it, he's paying for it, and he has the unique opportunity to go to work for family who will watch him, who will make him toe the line for a dealership in Union City that's been there for a long time, very upstanding people and outstanding dealers. And I can promise you that his uncle will kick his butt if he steps out of line. Having said that, this is Blake Miller for any questions that you all may have.
Morning, Mr. Miller.
Good morning.
would you like to make a brief statement or before we go to questions?
Sure. It was a month before I turned 25. I was 24 years old. And like he said, I was out partying with some friends and made the terrible decision to get behind the wheel. Regretfully, what happened, but it's also made me a better man. And I would like the opportunity to move forward and have a career in the automobile industry.
Have good support from your family.
Yes, sir, I do.
Any questions from?
Commissioner Vaughn, have you been in any other trouble?
Yes, ma'am. Well, when I was 18, I did get a DUI, and like I said, I've made some bad decisions, but I've turned my life around since the accident, and I want to continue to, like I said, to move forward and to be an upstanding citizen.
What about since the accident? Have you had any trouble after that?
I did have one violation for failed drug screen for marijuana. It was about a year ago.
I've got a question for the family. So you'll be his supervisor, is that correct?
Yes.
Would he be subject to any kind of drug testing?
Wouldn't be. I heard you say about as far as his uncle. I'm Lynn Jenkins, first of all, and I've been there. Came back to my dad's dealership, and I run the dealership now. And I'll tell you as much as anybody that I am definitely his supervisor, and I stay on him. Like, he is not under any random kind of testing or nothing, no. Other than he's still under probation, so he still does go to his probation officer, and they do test there. But no, at the dealership, no, he would not be.
But you'd be his supervisor?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Question, Commissioner Norton, are you in any kind of rehab program now, or
No,
out
sir.
treatment?
I have completed a rehab program, but not now.
No further questions. Chair calls for a roll call vote. All right, we don't have a motion. I'm
Commissioner Jackson motion that we grant him the license.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Jackson, seconded by Commissioner Vaughn. Sometimes in the silence, I assume that we're ready to move on. But any discussion of the motion? Chair calls for roll call vote on the motion.
Chairman Roberts.
Yes.
Commissioner Clayton. Yes. Commissioner Fox.
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson.
Yes.
Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Trickett.
Yes.
Commissioner Norton.
Thank.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Yes.
Commissioner Webb.
Yes.
Commissioner Levy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
You'll be granted license. No other appeals? Did I miss any? Next item on the agenda is,
Roberts.
I'm sorry, yes. Ms. Shaw, after we take a break, you're the next on the agenda with your report. Is that right?
Thank you, yes.
10 minutes?
Great.
I was with you.
Took our panic on our side.
Report.
Thank you, Commissioners. I would like to report on the activity since our last meeting. Of course, the major thing, which is not cited on the agenda, that I would like to make a statement acknowledgement of is the extension of the commission for 4 years under the Sunset Bill, which was great work by this body and is evidence of the tremendous work that you do to protect the consumers of the state of Tennessee against the frauds and impositions. And so I want to congratulate you on that.
Add to that the vote was 97 for and 0 against. Am I correct? Say that on record now, since I'm pretty sure it was 97 for and 0 against.
Great, that's outstanding. Since the last meeting, we have opened or relocated 102 dealers. The second item that's in your packet for active licensed dealers, it actually has a date of April 2015. That was a typo. This is a 2016 report, so would like to make that a note. The dealers, we actually have 3,696 dealers. Applications in process, we have 28. Salesperson's applications in process, we have 137. Distributors, manufacturers, 130. Auctions, 32. Representatives, 553. Salespersons, 16,408. Dismantlers, 277. RV dealers, 28. And RV manufacturers, 59. The motor vehicle show permits issued since January 11, 2016, 3, and the associated revenue was $600. Complaint report, July 11, 2016 to present, number of complaints open, 208. Number of complaints, 165. Annual sales report that was due February 15th. Vehicles reported sold in 2015 was 1,120,208. Recreational vehicles sold in 2015, 3,660. And this is excluding dealers that may be reporting late. Listing for the eligibility for your dealer tags was submitted to the county clerks on April 19, 2016, and they will receive frequent or daily submissions of the late reporting, because we do have some folks that will be reporting late and they'll show up in the clerk's office. And so daily we notify the clerks of anyone who's reporting late so they can renew their tags. Disciplinary action report from January into March, the total collected $91,250. That concludes my report.
Questions for the director?
Commissioner Jackson, motion to adopt the director's report.
Approve the director's report. Second. Seconded by Commissioner Fox. We do this by voice vote, I think. All those in favor of approving, in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Who made the motion?
There were a few additional items that I wanted to present to the commission. We are stepping up our efforts on outreach, and in the last cycle, I had an opportunity to meet with a number of the dealer bodies, one being meeting with Independent Dealers and Association and taking a tour of the Nashville Auto Auction, which has changed quite a bit since I was there the last time. A very impressive operation and a great hosting from that group. We produced a publication, a public outreach for odometer fraud, consumer alert, informing the public. I have met with the Department of Revenue related to the vehicle services regarding the temp tag online system that they are piloting, and we have some of our members that are participating in that program, and they have been very cordial in working with us on that program and receptive to any concerns or that we might have so that we can benefit from their technology as well. And then I had an opportunity to meet with the Knoxville Auto Dealers Association, and that was a great meeting, a great group of folks over there. I found it very entertaining and enjoyable, and so I thank them for that as well. A couple of things to make the group aware of is the department is not only has it changed its licensing database, which was converted last September, they will be moving forward quite rapidly with some online transactions. At this point, we are not confirmed with the transaction types with the Motor Vehicle Commission that will be coming online. It has a lot to do with resources and timing, but throughout the next year, expect to see some online transaction types. I would love it if by this time next year we had the annual sales report where you could just go in and submit that information and spit out a report. It would really help things in our office. But I do want to make you aware that those things are moving forward. That was just additional information.
Jackson, are you ready for the Legal Review Committee?
Yes, sir.
Why don't we do that? That would give, everyone, of course, can be here in the audience, listen in. If not, you can take a break while Commissioner Jackson convenes his committee.
Thank you, Chairman Roberts.
I think we need to end the, we need to have like a recess and then start the committee.
Motion to recess, or can I just recess the?
I think we need a motion to stop the meeting, and then have the committee, and then we'll re-adjourn.
Commissioner Jackson, motion that we adjourn the meeting to
Recess. Sorry.
for recess. Stand corrected.
Second.
Now you can start the Legal Review Committee.
Thank you. Good morning. It's about 11:25 a.m. and April the 25th, 2016, and we're going to proceed with the legal report. We have guests in the audience, Attorney Merkel, Bob Weaver, and we have a guest, Love Farrell. And in the back, Amber, we have Amber in the back, and we have our commissioner member. We got one missing, Commissioner Gavin served on this committee. So with that said and done, Attorney Matthews, you can proceed.
The legal report this quarter has 256 cases on it. Has everybody had an opportunity to review these cases? Does anybody have any questions?
This Commissioner Jackson, I think Commissioner Norton gonna have some questions on, and I'll allow him the opportunity to. Are we gonna go by each item like you've done in the past? And when we get to that item, Commissioner Norton has some question about. Are we gonna proceed that way this time? Or?
Sure. Where do we want to start?
Recommendation, if we go over each item, we're going to be here longer than 30 minutes, so.
Let's just jump to
Okay.
the ones you have questions on.
Okay, I have Commissioner Norton, I have questions, numerous. This is probably the most detailed in my year on this board that I've seen such detail, so it took about 4 times as long to go through it. But I'll just stick to the highlights that I found on the one the most confusing that I had questions was case number 55.
Okay.
Looks to me like there's some confusion about who's licensed and who's not licensed on this. I mean, they have different brokers within one license, and it wasn't clear that these brokers had salesman's license, or was it clear that they needed dealer's license? And I'd like some, if you could clear that up for me, it would be great help.
Are you sure that's number 55? Because there's another case.
Number 89.
89.
Yep, they're similar.
Okay. Yes.
Yes. Well, since let's skip the 89 is much more confusing. It may clear up 55, so let's skip to 89. That would be very helpful.
All right. So on this case, yes, there are multiple people who are licensed as salespeople. They're paying rent back to the one licensed dealer for the right to use the car lot space for the dealer's advertising. Basically everything. They're operating as an independent dealer down to paying their own salespeople through 1099 contracts. Basically, these people are dealers, and they're trying to do that on the $35 salesperson's license, and they're trying to avoid all of the dealership licensing requirements. You have to, as you know, you need to have your own facility, has to meet certain requirements, all these sorts of things. And so what a lot of dealerships are trying to do is they just give somebody a salesperson's license and they just say, go be your own dealer. And that's what these people have done to a very sophisticated level, as I mentioned, even employing their own salespeople.
Well, a question, now, are they all at one location?
They are all at one location.
Okay, and they all have salesman's license. Are all the titles titled to that dealer on that location?
They are titled to the dealer, but the salespeople have their own floor planners, so it really creates a legal issue as to who actually owns that car, because it's tied up with the salesperson's personal funds, but they're titling it in the name of the dealership. So that could obviously cause a lot of issues for consumers when they're trying to, it's very deceptive. How do you know who actually owns this car? Who do I complain to? If somebody shorts me or wrongs me on a deal, is the dealership going to take responsibility for this car because it's on their name's on the title and it's on their lot, or are they going to say this person's an independent broker? That's his own funds. I don't even know why my name's on that title. It creates a lot of potential difficulties and things we see occur pretty often with these similar type of arrangements. They just happen to be on a much larger scale, having, I believe, 7 or 8 of these brokers all operating from this one large lot.
Are there complaints from the consumers at this particular dealership?
I believe there was an original complaint against one of the brokers because he advertised on Craigslist, made it look as though he were a private individual selling on Craigslist. The person came to find out the car was for sale by the dealership, and that matter is actually addressed in the previous meeting with penalties towards that salesperson, and their statements clued me in that he was not the only person operating under this scheme, and that's why an additional, more thorough investigation was sent to find out the depths of the operation.
I didn't see that in this particular case about the Craigslist, but I mean, I'm familiar with this arrangement. It's pretty common in the independent industry where multiple brokers operate through one dealer's license, but it's ultimately that dealer's license that's responsible for anything that goes. Anything that happens, he bears responsibility. That he'd end up here before this commission. So when I saw this, it just was not clear that from the laws, from a legal standpoint, that this dealer had done anything wrong. I just didn't see any violations here based on the fact that I'm an independent and I see this operating many locations. And as long as that dealer is reputable and those titles are in his name and they're selling those cars on that lot, there's different business arrangements in the independent environment. And that's why I was unclear. I saw no violations here.
Sure. There's only the original violation that we found, and that violation, as I mentioned, we addressed in January and issued civil penalties for deceptive acts. And I think that's what it kind of comes down to, is deceptive. The consumer has a right to know who is selling this car. Because when the consumers come in, they're telling them, oh, I'm an independent broker, I'm my own dealer. I mean, these people, we have sworn statements from all of them, and they're like, oh, I don't even work for that dealership. He just gave me my salesperson's license. I pay him rent. They have almost no actual interaction with the dealership other than they store their cars on the lot, and the dealer lets them post their cars on their website, and they stamp the title and their name. I mean, right down to the salespeople using their own, as I mentioned, their own floor planners.
I see that's very loosely ran as far as how they run their infrastructure of their business, but the business model. But like I said, in reading this very carefully over and over and over, I just didn't see laws being broken based on state laws. I just didn't see it. I mean, were they loosely running their business? Sounds like it. But I mean, I'm familiar with some very credible businesses that run similar operations like this. Have been very successful for a long time. That's why I struggle with this one specifically, because I just didn't see, based on law, that they had done anything wrong. They're operating as one license at one location. They all have salesman's license. There is one dealer. There couldn't be multiple dealers in one location. The law didn't provide that. So I just didn't see where there was any laws broken on this particular case. I'd be curious, did they appeal this? Was this been appealed?
There's been no penalty assessed to it, so there's nothing to appeal yet.
Okay.
I mean, other than just to add that, for all intents and purposes, these people are operating as dealers without a dealer's license. And the only distinguishing factor is that they're on another dealer's lot and the other dealer gives them a stamp to stamp the titles that come through that they're actually buying. So I understand what you're saying, that it's all on one dealer license, but that's kind of the heart of the issue, that these people, by practice, are dealers. And that's kind of the hang up that we have. But if the committee would like to assess different penalties, I mean, we discussed this particular case a lot. As you mentioned, it's very complicated. I would be happy to, if there's a motion to amend this penalty.
Well, I mean, the law is very specific, and that if there's some implications of this that could affect many businesses, it would set a precedence for how these people operate. And it's concerning because, like I said, there's a lot of credible businesses out there operating under similar, not this loose. This is very loose. When you allow the salespeople to stamp their own titles, that's irresponsible. I don't think it's illegal as long as it's being controlled by the dealer, because they can have any employee be a title clerk. It doesn't matter who they are, or a person on staff. But I just like some clarification, because, like I said, there are credible dealers out there operating similarly, not this loose. But I was concerned about this.
We've had revocation for similar arrangements in the past. I believe we even have a formal hearing on a case in May for this same situation. And so that's a lot of where I get my guidance on how to assess these penalties, how we've addressed them in the past. So if we don't think that there's a violation here, then we can close all of these.
I'm sorry, is that a question? I'm sorry.
I mean, there has to be a motion to amend, to change it.
Yeah.
If you want to make a motion to close all these complaints. Then.
May I speak? Would I be out of turn to speak? This particular case, I'm not referring to this particular case, but I would like to make the commission aware of a situation that we are seeing surface. I know there are some legitimate situations, as you refer to, Commissioner, where you would see circumstances somewhat like this. But we are seeing an emergence of businesses where the dealer goes into business strictly as a position to sell the salesman's license. The cars don't necessarily come back to that lot. They sell the salesman's license, then that individual salesperson believes that they have then been authorized to be a dealer in the state of Tennessee, and they are conducting a wholesale or retail type business and selling cars either at their cleanup shop or on Craigslist or a multitude of other areas. In a circumstances where the parent, I'll call it the parent dealer, has a very firm control and grasp and a good contract relationship, the paperwork will come back through that dealership. But it becomes increasingly challenging when that dealer, parent dealer, kind of puts themselves in a position of a license issuance agency, and those vehicles are being sold at random on Craigslist. I'm using Craigslist because that's the most frequent place that you'll find it, or parked in various places and not being sold from the licensed location. So I'm not speaking specifically to this case, but in general, that's when it draws great attention from us, because it gets to a point that you absolutely can't control it. You can't monitor it and determine who sold the vehicle, and what protections may or may not be in place for the consumer. But I just wanted to make this body aware of that type of environment. There was a point in time where we would see the individuals who really probably couldn't financially get into the business, they'd go to other states where the laws are a little looser, and then they'd bring that inventory back into Tennessee. Now what we are seeing is entities that are setting themselves up. I would say they would empower themselves almost like a mini motor vehicle commission, and then by issuing that salesperson's license, they are operating in various modes. So I did want to make you aware of that. So, and I just wanted to share that with the commission, because that is something that's a growing concern.
I'd also like to mention, I don't understand how this dealer can supposed to be responsible for the sales tax, I think. And when he's stamping the titles, how does he keep up with it? That's my question. How does he know these people? So,
The dealer receives a monthly rent from each of these independent brokers, and they pay a dock fee back to the dealer, and that's really the only interaction the dealership is having with these independent brokers. I'm not sure. We didn't pull all of their deal files.
My comment, there's a lot of speculation here. I mean, obviously, the dealer is responsible for sales tax. There's audit purposes for that dealer to be audited to see if he's paid his sales taxes. And, I know every dealer here is. So it's that dealer's responsibility to do that. And it's that dealer's responsibility by law to do everything that he's required by the Motor Vehicle Commission to conduct his business that's lawful, right? So, like I said, I don't want to spend the whole day discussing this, debating that. But what I was just going to say, based on what I read here on this one case, I saw nothing illegal. And I spent a lot of time reading it, going over and over and over, and familiar with it. And if there's sales tax not paid, the car sold off the lot, all these things, the laws are there to protect the consumer and create the level playing field we're designed to do, or we're commissioned to do. But like I said, I just didn't see anything on here other than speculation that something's wrong.
I mean, as I wrote out, we have the deceptive acts, which just comes down to when you license somebody as a salesperson, they're a salesperson. They're not supposed to be an independent broker. And when someone comes onto the lot asking, what do you do here? I'm my own dealer. Well, no, you're a salesperson. And the dealership is enabling them to deceive the customers through those means. We also have employing unlicensed salespeople. Some of the respondents on here were not licensed. They were licensed at another dealership, and this dealership said, yeah, go buy cars at auctions for one of our independent brokers. That's fine to use our name, be our representative. Again, just kind of shows the loose way that they were operating. And then we also have failure to supervise, which again goes into letting an unlicensed salesperson go buy cars to you at an auction. And then deceptive advertising, which stems from, it goes back to the original complaint where they had the guy advertising on Craigslist, making it look like he was a private party selling the car, and then just in general that these independent brokers are listing these cars themselves. And when the person comes to talk to an independent broker, again, they're being told, I'm an independent broker, I'm my own dealer. As to who pays the taxes, I'm not sure. They're issuing their own salespeople 1099 forms, so they may be, again, I don't want to speculate. We didn't pull their tax files, I didn't audit them, so I can't say what occurred there. But those were the specific violations that I listed here.
I did see those. I apologize. I did see the few, but overall, generally, I didn't see all these as being illegal. But I'm satisfied with the discussion here because I do see a lot of looseness. If that's in fact the case, if they are running their business this loose, shame on them. They should clean that up. But just as overall, I see a lot of businesses operate with brokers. They're not supposed to be deceptive with offering that, but there are a lot of models that operate with similar circumstances, very controlled, very credible, and I just, like I said, I didn't see in the granular, other than a few mistakes these people made overall, that they were doing something wrong based on law. Go ahead.
Question, just I'm not on the committee, but would it be worth separating some of the charges, whether it's the Craigslist or the unlicensed salespeople, separate from where your concern is, and maybe,
You'll have an opportunity to, if you're not on the committee.
That's my question.
You can make remarks, because after the committee's done, we'll have the full commission. We'll have an opportunity if they want to adopt or if they want to motion for amendments.
I'd like to add, Mr. Chairman, this shows how long I've been in the automobile business, but I do remember back in the old classified ad days in the Tennessean newspaper being required to add your dealer number to a classified ad for an automobile. We would put down the dealer license number in there, and I think the same would apply to Craigslist. It's a medium, but I assume that's in a statute. I think I was, because I used to do it, I've done it without putting the name of the dealership down there. And then I don't know if I was written up or just advised that it had to be in there, but I do remember doing that. I would think the same would apply here, so I don't know why the statute would be hard to identify.
Comment on that. There's been a lot of e-commerce come along. Craigslist is a very unregulated, almost incredible source for advertising cars. A lot of dealers advertise on there, but I mean the KBB's got classifieds now. There's a lot of classifieds online, and I don't see the dealer. I remember that. I remember when the statute was passed, you had to put the license number on the ad, but I don't see one on Craigslist. I don't see one on KBB, so it's something to consider.
I don't know if it's specific to newspaper or not. I think the intent was to just identify the advertiser as a dealer. So, and as much to separate not just the dealer, but to keep a unlicensed person from saying they're a dealer. Yeah, it kind of cuts both ways. But, if you want to research that statute, see if I've got that correct on my end, but I remember that. Would there be, Mr. Chairman, might be some expertise in the audience out there if you want to.
Yeah, I think we need to do that.
The rule that Mr. Weaver just passed me, identification, all advertising and all forms of media, including computer-generated advertising initiated from the state, shall identify the motor vehicle dealer by name and/or dealer license number. So it can be either by name or by license number, or both if they choose.
Before the legislature changed that?
I think that's my recollection. Of course, there it is. It's you
Name
either have to
or
say the name of
number.
your dealership or put your dealer license down.
Yeah.
You're not required to do both.
Yeah.
But one or the other.
As Ms. Shaw kind of mentioned, some of these issues, it's not listed on here, but when you're running a dealership, that's supposed to be your primary source of business. I mean, all the salespeople at this dealership are working for these independent brokers. I mean, it almost extends to the point that this main dealership, their job is providing a lot in licensing independent brokers. So maybe just something else to think about when you're considering it. I mean, they're almost getting into he basically the owner of this dealership is just one of the other independent brokers. So is there any motion to amend this particular number 89?
I was listening to Commissioner Norton on that where it says that it looks shady, but there is no violation that, and I rely on especially the dealership owners in regarding.
If it's a ad run by a dealership, either the name of the dealership must be in the ad or the dealer number. In this case, my understanding.
That was resolved a penalty was authorized on that in January. But that's what led to this investigation.
If this is time, I would like to make a motion at some point to separate the cases to where basically the ones where they did have a violation or did have an issue with law, make that stand, and then the ones that don't, the licensing, the ones that are selling there with a salesman's license under a dealer broker, under a dealer, they're doing nothing wrong. By law, they're doing nothing wrong.
The people who are licensed as only a salesperson and were selling for only the dealership were not included on the list of respondents. They were, I believe, 2 or 3 salespeople. The remainder of these salespeople were either independent brokers or salespeople employed by the independent brokers and paid a commission by the independent brokers. And the commission would vary depending on which independent broker had purchased that car at auction.
I'm very familiar with this model. Like I said, there's a lot of labor board relations problems with this setup. There's a lot of issues within this model, so I'm very familiar with it. There's been a lot of corrections made within this model. It sounds like this one's ran very loose, but in reading the law interpreted what we're supposed to do, laws and regulations, I just didn't see some of this stuff applied to this dealer. So,
Motion that you want to make in regarding to separate the violators?
I'd like to make a motion to separate these cases to reflect the ones that are unlawful versus the ones that are lawful.
Which ones do you want?
Well, let me go back to 89. And I apologize to take up so much time. We're only allocated 30 minutes for this legal review, and I'm telling you, I spent 4 hours going through this, and I made pages of notes. So,
Mr. Chairman, could I suggest that this one could be, if there's that much doubt, you could pull this one out and put it in the next legal review report and
We'd have to send an investigator back out to, I'm not sure what you want to look back into advertising.
I wasn't
or-
speaking of that, just to the extent of what are the statutes that might be violated here.
Sure. Well,
And,
we've read, I mean, Paula and I and Jason,
I'm
we've all
throwing out an
discussed
idea.
the
I'm not-
various statutes and rules, and you're right, there's not like a smoking statute that we can point to and say, this is the one they violated. It's more of a way of just getting around to a situation that leads to a lot of complaints. But you're completely right, there's not a statute that says shall not employ independent brokers. I mean, no amount of rereading the rule or statutes is going to produce one.
If we're going that route and we're going to interpret another rule, I think we need to do some research and get, we want to create law in here.
All right.
I think
So-
we just want to do it now or do it later, but if it comes into question in that regard, I think you just maybe do a little more research and put it on the next legal review committee. It's just an idea. I'm not,
When we meet
Got a
with
motion to that.
Yeah.
Chairman over there, he's, Mr. Jackson.
Commissioner Norton, your particular question, is it to break each, what you'd like to see is for each individual that's been cited on here, or broken out into an individual case, for their particular circumstance to be addressed separately and their violations to be addressed separately under this umbrella?
correct.
Is that, is that what you're seeking to do, like off-site sales, failure to advertise properly? That's the direction that you're
Correct.
going.
I'd like to see that by statute in each one of these cases, by respondent.
I thought that's what I understood.
Possible? Sure. Okay. I need a second.
Restate the motion and then I'll,
Make a motion to reflect on these individual respondents to determine if statutes have been violated.
may I ask a question about that motion, just for my own clarification? Is that for all, is that a format for all cases going forward or this particular one?
This particular one.
Okay. I'll second
Second.
that.
You've heard the motion, you've heard the second. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, so ordered. Next, you got another.
So we're going to remove number 89?
Correct. And do some more
Thank you.
investigation.
Coming back later.
Yeah.
Right, when you come to the full commission.
And then there would be, some more information to come as far as case or respondent by respondent.
You can do that under representation of cases at the next regular meeting, I guess.
It hasn't been presented, so it'll have to come back on just a normal presentation.
Add it to the next legal review. Yeah.
Got any
Well, I'm the rookie in this, and of course, and this is probably my sixth legal review. And the investigators, I commend them for doing a really good job. There's a lot of detail on this, and I can appreciate that because what we want is for our industry to be level for everyone. The consumers should be protected. So I feel like they're doing a better job by getting out there and doing this. But so I spent more time on this particular one. There's a lot more information to cover. That's why I'm concerned that 30 minutes is not long enough to go through each one of these and address what issues need to be addressed. So, in saying that, I'm just going to remove myself from commenting on, because I had probably 20 cases discussed, nothing important, but I will mention one that stood out. One was on the investigators were out and they were finding a lot of mistakes with the people's business license. And there seemed to be a failure of communication properly to notify that these dealers had something to respond to. I think one of them even got reprieve because it was noticed that he didn't get proper communication. I saw that in 6 cases where they were failure to respond, but it wasn't clear whether they had proper notification. That'd be the only thing I'd point out to make sure these dealers got proper notification.
Was
That on like insurance issues?
It wasn't insurance. There were no insurance. It was mostly business
Oh,
license.
notice of violations?
Yeah, but notice of violations, yeah. Failure to respond was a penalty, and one joining those, or in consequential order, one of them was acknowledged that they didn't get proper communication for the violation, and then it made me wonder if there others were not communicating with proper. That's all.
The notice of violation, I believe, is issued at the dealership, so they'll get the actual notice of violation, and then the agreed order sent out by staff is sent by certified mail, so we have a signed receipt stating
The one that got the reprieve was acknowledged didn't receive notification by certified mail. That's why they were able to apply for their business license, and there was no penalty assessed. So I just brought up a question because there were many that had more than I've ever seen that had been written up for that violation. And my question was, were they properly notified?
There was a period of time when we stopped sending things out by certified mail, but we have resumed doing so.
Councilman Roberts, you had a question? Were there any other?
No, I think that's enough.
Joe, do you
Apologize
have
for the
any?
time.
If you have additional questions, you can come talk to me afterwards.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Clayton, did you have any comments on any of them?
Motion to adopt
Motion to adopt?
as amended, I guess.
Adopt as amended.
Motion to adopt as amended.
Can I have a second? Second by Chairman Roberts. All in favor of the motion to adopt, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
I believe adjourn the legal review committee.
About 11:55 a.m. Do we need to get a motion to adjourn it?
I
Motion
believe
to
so.
adjourn.
Okay.
Be on the safe side.
All in favor of the motion to adjourn the legal review committee meeting?
Aye.
Signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Ayes have it, so ordered. You adjourn.
Thank you.
Zoom commission meeting.
Roberts?
We need to, let me look at our schedule and our time right now. What time is lunch coming, Director Shaw?
It's supposed to be here at 12:30, but I'm trying to corral them in here at 12 o'clock, so I don't see anyone in the, it tells me they're out there working on it, because anyone who would be handling that's not,
I don't see any need of pausing until
until they come to get
the
us.
food gets here. So if we can, regular meeting can come back to order. And that would put us ready for the legal report.
All right. To the full commission now. Has everybody had an opportunity to review the legal report? Does anybody have any questions or comments they wish to make?
Going to proceed with the legal report.
If nobody has any questions, we can motion to adopt it.
Commissioner Jackson, we had.
Legal review, we're talking about legal review, not not the legal report.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We do need a motion to approve the legal
We
review.
resume the full commission meeting?
We have.
Okay.
I'd asked for the legal report.
I'm sorry.
And I thought that you would request
I just went
approval of legal review inside that report.
Want me to go through the things inside the legal report section, or do you just want to, are you trying to adopt?
We would need to adopt it separately.
Okay.
So the sequence is the last thing on your agenda.
The
But if you-
Ramsey's matter has been resolved prior to the meeting, so we won't be going over that. North Carolina dental case, there's,
Excuse me one second. I think we need a little more insight into the first one that you mentioned, that, due to its understanding some extenuating circumstances, and there was a death in the family, and
on Ramsey's East Tennessee, this is the case that Representative Faison came and spoke with us about at last meeting. Following the approval of a civil penalty, we came to find out that there were some severe medical issues in the owner's family that had forced him away from his dealership. He had employed someone in charge of keeping the office running who had some substance abuse issues, who's since been terminated. When our inspector came around, they found numerous issues with the temporary tag log where all the entries had not been completely filled out. That was the reason for the civil penalty being issued. Following Representative Faison coming and speaking with us and us giving them an opportunity to tell us their side of the story, they went through and completely corrected their temporary tag log, filling in all the missing information, linking it back to all the correct deal files. And this matter is currently on the legal report for a close with a letter of warning as a representation.
approve that action.
If you approve the legal report, then you'll be approving that action. If you do not want to approve that, then you can make a motion to amend that entry, and I'll give you the entry number if you like.
Mr. Jackson, what number was that? I'm trying to find it right here. Ramsey, that's what I'm trying.
Is that under representation?
Representation number 9.
Yeah.
Under representation? Yes. I'm looking at the abbreviated agenda, I guess. We'll do that we'll include that in representation to get that authorized. Right, go right ahead.
Let me go on the legal report. All right, North Carolina dental case has all been provided to you. Legal just asks that you read that. If you have any questions, please contact me directly. I'm happy to answer any questions about that case. It pertains to everybody, so I definitely encourage you to give that a read and contact me with any questions you have.
What's the number on it?
What's that?
What's the number?
North Carolina dental case. It'll be one of your tabs. It's not on the legal report.
$19 on the tab.
A hard copy of that case was also mailed in your packets, so you can have another opportunity to review as well.
Can we just talk about, very briefly, the essence of the North Carolina Dental Association case? I understand there are, correct me if I'm wrong, it addresses whether or not we have a commission made up of good representation of our citizens, so forth. Is that the case, and is that what we need to know?
I'd really ask that anybody has questions about it, contact me. We don't. It's something that could put each of you subject to individual liability, and so legal is not comfortable going on the record for all to see, advising you what might potentially be violations of this case. But please give me a call, email me. Next section we have is the legislative update. There are, I believe, 14 bills that included on this quarter's legislative update. Instead of reading them all to you, I'm just going to highlight the three that I feel are the most pertinent and the most important for you to know about. First one is House Bill 2471, Senate Bill 1980. This, as enacted, creates the Tennessee Recreation Vehicle Franchise Act of 2016. It establishes licensing requirements specifically for recreational vehicle dealers and salespeople, and that is to be overseen by the Tennessee Motor Vehicle Commission. And what this bill did was basically pull all of our rules pertaining to RVs out of our current chapters and assign them a new chapter, and basically create a new license type for recreational vehicles. So something definitely want to be aware of. Next one is House Bill 1450, Senate Bill 1994. This eliminated the exception under the salvage certificate of title rules, thereby requiring issuance of a salvage certificate for motorcycles. Previously, motorcycles did not need a salvage certificate to be issued on them. And then House Bill 1573, Senate Bill 1545. This was our sunset. This is our sunset law. It extended the commission for an additional 4 years through June 30th, 2020. And of importance to the commission, it established minimum attendance requirements for commission members. You will need to make sure you attend 50% of the scheduled meetings that occur, and failure to do so will result in your removal from the commission. Do I have any questions on the legislative update? I think we can move on to the legal report. There were 256 cases, now 242 cases now on the legal report. Everybody had a chance to review that. Does anybody have any additional questions, comments on any of these issues they'd like to discuss?
Commissioner Jackson, I noticed in number 89, we need to make put on record that that would be further looked at and presented as a reposition case, reopen case.
Sure, you can make a motion to remove entry number 89.
Commissioner Jackson, make the motion to remove number 89 from the legal report to be presented at the next, after some investigation is done, be presented at the next legal report.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Jackson, seconded by Commissioner Norton. Everyone get it's the approval of the legal review, except for number 89, which is to be brought back.
That's my
All right,
motion.
by voice vote, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion carries.
Motion that we adopt the legal report as been presented.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Jackson to approve the legal report, seconded by Commissioner Vaughn. Any comment, concerns? By voice vote, all those in favor of the motion to approve the legal report say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion carries.
Last thing that we have, I just wanted to notify everybody that we do have 2 hearings scheduled on May 18th for AAA Autos and Luxury Imports of Nashville. Want to mark your calendars.
Do we have a time we're going to start on the 18th?
9 a.m.
9 a.m.
Think that's 1 day or 2 days?
Hopefully one day.
Agenda says lunch, but don't think lunch is here yet.
I think lunch is here. I think I
Okay.
got the signal.
Probably a good point, because I think new business will take a little longer than normal. Okay. We'll adjourn then for lunch, and we'll be back in 30 minutes from now. Thank you.
We can conclude that at the end.
The summer suspension starts at 1.
Okay. Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and move forward with this.
Do you want to take
Turn this over to legal then.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. Thank you for allowing me to come before you today. I am before you on the matter of Faye Sims and Best Motors. It's two different complaints that have come before this commission. I'm here today to request a summary suspension of both Mr. Faye's active salesman license as well as Best Motors dealership license, pursuant to Section 45320C of the Tennessee Code Annotated. The reason I'm coming before you to take this step is because we have evidence in legal that both of these, the dealership itself as well as the salesman, pose an immediate threat to the safety, welfare, and health of the community in Chattanooga as well as surrounding areas, and therefore that we would require this, what would normally be considered an emergency step in this case, to suspend the license pending a formal hearing. So I wanted to kind of go through some of the evidence we have and tell you a little bit about the situation. Mr. Sims, as well as the bookkeeper for Best Motors, are both here as well, so they can speak to you and tell you their side of the story whenever you feel free. But I'll go ahead and we can start with Mr. Sims as an individual first. Mr. Sims currently holds license number 41845, which expires in 2017. Mr. Sims is a salesman at Best Motors, but according to an affidavit we have from the bookkeeper as well as a salesperson, he is the functional owner of Best Motors. Right now, Best Motors on paper is in his wife's name, his wife Agnes Sims. However, she is not involved in the business at all, and he is the decision maker in every aspect of the case. Why we came before you is the commission staff was notified to a news story in the Chattanooga area involving Mr. Sims and an arrest that stemmed from April 5th, 2016, that involved Mr. Sims being arrested for sexual battery. Investigation into the matter went further, and we found a number of arrests, all occurring against customers inside Best Motors for different acts. So I'm going to kind of go through the 4 that are pending right now. All 4 of these arrests are currently pending. There's not been, they are not resolved. They are active in Hamilton County Court. The first happened on December 18, 2014. In this matter, the respondent was arrested for sexual battery. This happened when a customer came into Best Motors after her car was repossessed. Mr. Sims informed her that she would owe $975 to get her car back, but that he would lower it to $500 because she was pretty, was the quote in the affidavit. Every one of these arrests in your iPad, you will have the affidavit that was accompanying that from the officer, as well as an accompanying news story for each of those, so you can see those as you scroll through. So after that happened, she said that she only had $450, not $500, and he asked his secretary, as she described it, to leave the room and close the door, and after that happened, he asked for a hug for the discount, and then ultimately forced his tongue in her mouth until that was stopped, and he was arrested for sexual battery based on that allegation. After the respondent was arrested, he posted bond. I think it was $10,000, and he is continuing to be out on bond now. While out on bond on September 10th, 2015, the respondent was again arrested, this time involving patronizing prostitution and indecent exposure. This again involved a customer at Best Motors, which you have to understand is a buy here, pay here location in a very depressed part of town, where in this case, the respondent came to the office to discuss trading in a vehicle in order to get a new vehicle. And in that case, she had asked about the difference in cost, and he said that if she could do something for him, that he would lower the price. And when she refused or said she was confused, he exposed himself to her, said how much, and then requested oral sex. At that point, the customer left the store and called the police a few days later with the assistance of her mother. At that time, the DAs in Hamilton County filed a motion, which is also included on your iPads, to revoke bond or increase bond. That motion continues to pend. No decision has been ruled on as far as with the judge there, so he remains out on bond. While out on bond on March 15, 2016, the respondent was again arrested at Best Motors for sexual battery. Again, this was a customer that had had her car repossessed. Mr. Sims told her to come to the dealership at 8:30, which is 30 minutes before the dealership opened, in order to discuss the return of her car. When she arrived, he said that he had lost her file and then asked her what she'd like to do to get her car back, and then forcefully kissed her, forced his hand up her skirt and forced up her shirt, and then forced his hand in his pants before a customer came in and interrupted them. At that point, the police were contacted and Mr. Sims was arrested. A little over 2 weeks later, a similar situation happened again, and this is April 5th, 2016. The respondent was again arrested for sexual battery, again having a customer who was inquiring into some service, and then ultimately ended up having Mr. Sims force his hand up her shirt before she contacted the authorities. All of this happened in a fairly short period of time, and all of these arrests happened from incidents relating to customers of Best Motors, and many times the arrest happened on the property. As a result, the media has been very involved. The media has come to Best Motors, has attempted to interview staff, and has been rebuted. And in addition to that, after this came out, the Chattanooga Police Department, which I have affidavits here, these are not on your iPad, they were recently distributed to me. The Chattanooga Police Department came forward and told me that there's an additional allegation that they have working on involving essentially is a loaning program for the vehicles. What the allegation is, do you mind distributing this? I appreciate it. Chattanooga Police Detective Ty Cooper explained that they have suspicions that Mr. Sims will loan vehicles to customers on an indefinite basis, kind of like an indefinite test drive, so long as those individuals return to Best Motors to undergo various sex acts with Mr. Sims, whether that's, I don't know to what extent, that's not really disclosed. Many of these individuals haven't come to the police because they are getting a vehicle out of the situation. Ultimately, if they do not return, Mr. Sims reports the car stolen. It was from this high level of reported stolen vehicles that the Chattanooga police became interested in that aspect of the case, and we anticipate to collect more information about that part of this matter going forward. That summarizes really the allegations, the factual allegations that the state has at this time that we believe strongly warrant a summary suspension of both Mr. Sims and Best Motors. This is specifically to Mr. Sims still here, but Mr. Sims also owns the property that Best Motors is on. While, again, we have affidavits from all of the staff that say he runs this place, but because he physically owns the property, we would also ask that this commission be specific in the order that they issue if they choose to do that, and limit his attendance on that property in and around business hours. There's a little complication of completely excluding him because of his property right, but as far as when the dealership should or is operating, we ask that Mr. Sims be suspended and excluded from that property, and if he is there, that it would be considered prima facie evidence of acting as a salesman, and then it would be going against this commission's order. So that is what we have on Mr. Sims. I could go and add the few facts I have for Best Motors if you'd like now, or would you like to hear from Mr. Sims before that occurs?
Go ahead and hear from Mr. Sims, and we'll. Are your facts related to the accusations that were just made?
Just a very brief summary. Best Motors, all we are saying here is that Best Motors is run by Faye Sims, and if it remains open to sell cars in the future with him present, that they will not stop these acts. They will not follow the order.
Are we to consider this summary suspension for Best Motors and Mr. Sims simultaneously at the same time, or do they need to be taken out separately?
I have separate orders for those, so as far as discussion goes, it may be cleaner for the record to go over them one at a time. So if we want to focus just on Mr. Sims' salesman license now, we can talk more about Best Motors.
What you were going to continue with, did it have to do with Best Motors? Are you switching over to Best Motors, or is it a continuation of information on Mr. Sims' alleged activity?
The honest truth is that it's going to be very similar. So there is going to be blur only in the fact that since we're referring to Faye Sims in his capacity as de facto owner of Best Motors, that does come into play. So they should be considered separately, but the reality is it's almost an identical discussion. I think the only difference is we are going to ask with Best Motors for the future that they be allowed to continue to operate through their two licensed salespeople and only in the capacity of collecting payments on previously sold cars and titles. So that's the only part that will be unique to Best Motors.
Interest of the best procedure, going ahead and hearing from Mr. Sims at this point? Is that, okay. Sims? You'll need to speak to the microphone. Can you hear okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I guess we could begin with questions and then some, if you want to make a statement about the accusations thus far. But my first question is, are these accusations true?
No, sir, Your Honor. They are not true whatsoever. I'm old enough. I have never in my whole life ever touched anybody in no way that didn't want to be. And I have never, ever forced myself on any lady all of my life. I have a wonderful wife I take care of. She's sick. I go home at 5 o'clock in the evening, and I'm there the rest of the day. I do not get out and run around nowhere. And all of these charges is just over a repossession of a car. And it's just they got so far behind, we had no choice to repossess the car. And but some of them tried to make a deal with me, but they did not make a deal with me.
How do you relate the number of accusations, because they seem to be from multiple plaintiffs, I guess you would say.
One of them that was in my office, I brought my secretary to prove this is, I let her have her car back. She brought in a half a payment. I let her have her car back. She told me how she appreciated it, come around my desk and hug my neck. Said, I really appreciate you letting me have my car. She's probably 18 years old. And I said, well, I'm glad to do it. And she went out and called the police and told them that I asked the secretary to leave and I closed my door, which that did not happen. And then I had another one that I was selling her a car, and she was sitting over in the corner in a big chair and jerked her panties off and said, now help yourself. I said, we don't have none of that in here. We do not do it. Well, she turned around and claimed that I done that, which I did not. But my man that worked for me, he came in the office about that time, and she crammed them in her pocketbook, her drawers. And so I didn't even mention it because I didn't want it to say nothing about it until she came back to have some work done on her car about a week later. And I said, the mechanic's gone to lunch, but he'll be back any time, and he'll fix your car. She went across the street, called the police, and accused me of doing that. And that's it just snowballed. They would get together, and the last one came in and said, you repossessed my car. I said, when? She said, last night. Well, I didn't know it, so I said, what's your name? And I got her file. She had never made a payment. She was over 2 payments behind and never had made a payment. And I said, well, you need some money. She said, I don't have any money, but I'll do anything you want to do, or you can do anything you want to do. I said, lady, we don't do nothing like that. You'll have to get some money. And so I told the secretary, she had some stuff in her car. I told her to take my car and go down and get her stuff. It was at the record company, and get her stuff. She's got some stuff in the car. She came back, run across the street, called the police. The little policeman come in and locked my hands behind my desk. I was sitting at my desk. He locked my hands behind me and took me right on to jail. And I stayed there 12 hours, cost me $1,000. And I had not done one solitary thing in no way, shape, form, or fashion. I just told her she had to have some money.
3 different accusers or 4?
Sir?
I'm trying to count the number of accusers. You've explained 2, I think, and I'm just, There seem to be more.
We have 4 with actual arrest records. There was a complaint in 2012 filed with the commission that also involved these allegations, but there was no police report filed, and it was ultimately concluded that there wasn't anything to go forward on, no proof. And we also received a call yesterday, although this is just happened. The commission received a complaint for a February 2nd occurrence, but that complaint has not been formally filed before this commission.
Oh,
I have 4 representatives, real nice people I've done business with for years and years. If I can let you all read it, I would love you to.
Someone get those from, the gentleman there and pass those. Any prior arrest records? Are you on a sexual offenders list, anything like that? A registered sexual offenders list? Is anything like that, sir?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Any previous arrest? Any convictions?
Oh, no, these are all of them. I mean, they're all put together.
I mean, in a past life, is there?
Sir?
In a past life, are there any, have you had any arrests?
Oh, in the past?
Yes, sir.
Oh, no, sir. I've never been arrested in my life until they come along and started accusing me of something I haven't done. I had never been arrested.
More questions? If not, we could move on to the second part of the presentation by legal. We'll get back to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. The next summary suspension motion that we would be making would be for the summary suspension of Best Motors dealership license. It currently has active license number 37408. Best Motors, this dealership location is at 2001 Long Street, Chattanooga, Tennessee, 37408. That's the dealership that we are particularly discussing. Also on your iPads, you can see that the property is owned, as I mentioned before, by Faye Sims. The website's title of deed is available for you there. Because of what we would consider egregious and numerous failures to supervise, we would move that this active dealership is a threat to the public health and safety of the citizens of Chattanooga and the surrounding area if it were to allowed to be continued to operate, even pending a hearing. For that reason, we would request an emergency action to summarily suspend the license pending a formal hearing. In addition to the 4 arrests mentioned previously, as far as to Best Motors license, I'd only add that again, those affidavits from the salespeople indicate that the only people who would be available to supervise Mr. Sims on the property in any capacity or to prevent him from violating this order and returning to the dealership are 2 salespeople that ultimately always have to answer to him because they don't have really final decision-making authority, and they admit that themselves in their attached affidavits. Because of that, there is no one currently at Best Motors that would be available to ensure that Mr. Sims wasn't on the property, possibly re-instigating these incidents or anything like that. The reason we fear reinstigation is because of the frequency of the reports that we received, considering he had already been arrested numerous times, and that bond is still pending. We've been following the criminal action to see if something were to happen on the criminal side where we wouldn't have to worry about Mr. Sims entering the premises. But at this point, they're still on discussion dockets. So pending us setting a hearing before the commission, legal here, we do have a fear that Best Motors will not properly supervise Mr. Sims and would allow him back on to the location. Because of that, and in addition to all of the allegations that you've already heard that these things happened in the dealerships themselves, the fact that their inventory is on the streets being used by people who have not paid for it, functionally on an indefinite window, it's hard to deny that the staff wouldn't be at least aware that these events are occurring at some level. Taking all that into consideration, the continued operation of Best Motors to invite new customers into the facility would be a danger to the health, safety, and welfare of the people in the neighborhood. Now, we do have a concern in the legal department as far as people who have already purchased vehicles. These people may still be trying to get titles, registration, make payments on their car. And for that, if we were to shut them down entirely on the suspension motion, we would see an influx in complaints. However, I do believe the last time we looked, the Best Motors only reported 30 cars sold last year. But keeping those people in mind, we would ask that the summary suspension be limited to the future operation of the dealership, and that the two sales individuals, Ms. Joyce Walling and her sister Betty Burns, be allowed to continue to collect payments, as well as seek title and registration for the vehicles that have already been sold. And that is our request in order to protect the public safety for the area.
Were there complaints on Best Motors from any consumers?
Yes, we've had, yes,
Regarding the operations, the delivery of title and so forth?
We wouldn't necessarily want to consider open complaints about the more technical motor vehicle violations with this, because we wouldn't say that those rise to the level of immediate health, safety, and welfare, but there are a number of complaints open against Best Motors, not for these allegations, but for a number of other Motor Vehicle Commission statute violations. And that is also being pursued.
Can that be stated as to what those complaints are so far?
Yes, I have the history with me.
What type of complaints?
Yes. We have from 2006, we have two pending right now for Best Motors, an improper repossession, and then the second one is failure to deliver title and issuing 3 temporary tags, which was admitted to. There's still, on that one, a civil penalty, not a civil penalty, but it had already gone up on the legal report, and revocation had been what this commission felt was necessary at this point. And that is due to the extensive history. Those two complaints are what are open this year, but we also have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 open against Best Motors stemming from 2003 up into today.
And what are some of the 14 in regards to?
Sure. We have late issuing of titles. There was a sexual misconduct claim in 2014. In 2015, more title and tag issues. Inspectors found open titles on the records. In 2013, there was an employee complaint. She alleged in a long letter lots of different forms of misconduct. More titles and tags issues, late ASR, an advertising complaint. There was an agreed citation signed in 2005. I'm not sure for what. No temp tag log, kind of runs the gamut. It tends to be open title complaints and then individuals not being able to receive title or registration or receiving too many temporary tags.
In terms of management of Best Buy, who's in charge?
She's with me.
Okay. Your wife is the owner?
Do what?
Your wife has the license for Best Buy?
Oh, no, sir. My wife's not able to even work.
I was thinking that legal told us that your wife, I was thinking that legal told us that your wife was owner de facto or something like that?
Yeah, it was in her name years ago, right.
Is it still in her name, sir?
It still is.
Okay. But she's not able to?
No, in fact, my doctor told me 3 weeks ago he would be surprised if she lived till Christmas.
Why would you not take care of the license?
I do. I take care of her.
No, I mean take care of the licensing. I understand that you're in a tough situation with your wife, but I'm referring to the license itself. Why would you leave a license? Why would maybe she's not able to make a decision, but why not someone in the family make that decision for her and get that license out of her name into someone who can be responsible?
I thought everything was up to date.
Okay. All right, I've been kind of dominating the questions. Are we ready for questions from the commission?
The current status of the legal case, and is there a trial date or disposition date intended?
At this point, we are waiting to hear on summary suspension, and then we anticipate to try to set the hearing for both Best Motors and Mr. Faye Sims, hopefully by June. Whether that requires any special setting, I don't know.
I'm sorry, I was referring to the criminal case against Mr. Sims.
They continued the discussion docket until May 20th. I have to check. It just rolled. But Vanessa does do a wonderful job of keeping up with that. But right now they're in discussion docket. So trying to set a trial date, it appears.
Some of these matters date back to 2014, 2015, so it doesn't seem as if they're in any rush to get this matter resolved from a criminal perspective.
One of the issues that we think of why that is because the frequency of which these reoccurrences have happened, they've had to roll actual set trial dates because the DAs want to incorporate the new charge. Additionally, there's reports that Mr. Fay, which he can probably answer better, but Mr. Sims was represented by an attorney who eventually did bow out at the end of last year. So that complicated things as far as resolving the matter.
I'd like to say whatever I need to do, I'll be happy to get it done because I love to work and I need to work because I've had to pay out so much here recently and I really need to work bad. And I'd love to quit if I could, but whatever it takes for me to stay in business, that's what I'll do.
How many notes do you have out there, Mr. Sims?
Sir?
How many notes, how many cars do you have that are owned by consumers that are making payments to you now? What's the size of your portfolio in terms of numbers of cars?
There's right at 200 of them.
You have 200 people making payments?
Yes, sir. And I have about 600 and something people that signed. They love me and they know I'm not guilty. I forgot to bring it. It's a big poster. And I run off, but she has it on her telephone if you'd like to see it. I mean, thousands of people have come by since this happened. And people have called me wanting to know if I need them to go to court or whatever. They'll do anything to help me, and I've got thousands of them.
How would these consumers make their payments or get their titles
Our intention, well,
if this were to move forward?
If it were to move forward, what legal has come around to think would be the best solution in order to keep consumers that are currently making payments and who are have a vehicle to continue to be able to do that would how this mechanically works as far as power from Mr. Sims to his staff is up to them and whether they want to do a power of attorney or however. But Joyce Walling and her sister are both still active licensed salespeople at the facility. Joyce operates as the bookkeeper and tends to keep track of business records. So we would request that the two sisters be allowed to continue to offer those services to consumers who have already purchased vehicles.
Is the request for a suspension of license pending the outcome of the criminal case against Mr. Sims?
Our request at this point is pending the outcome of a formal hearing before the commission. Reality is that they have a trial docket set, which we just confirmed, June 7th. So if there were to be an acquittal, that would definitely change what we would do here. However, we would like to set a hearing as soon as possible, and waiting on a criminal court to do so could put the public in further danger, consumers in further danger while we wait for them to come to a resolution. Because as you've mentioned, this has been going on for quite a while, and the criminal court hasn't actively concluded this.
I think he brought someone from the dealership. Mr. Sims, do you bring someone from the dealership?
Yes, sir.
Would that person like to speak to us? I'd like to request it. Ms. Joyce, could you let us visit with you for a few minutes, ma'am? Your position at Best Motors, what is your position there?
And I take the payments, I do tag and titles, I sell cars, I do a little.
How long have you been employed there, ma'am? Might need for you to move forward just a little bit.
Sorry, I started
ma'am.
repoing for Fay in 2005.
When you repo a car, what process do you go through?
I just take the paperwork and go up and ask the people for a car, have a copy of where they made their last payment, and they usually just give me the key and I just take back to the lot. I don't have no problem with them.
They voluntarily surrender the vehicle
Yes.
to you in most
Yes.
occasions?
Yes, sir, they do. But back in 2005, Miss Barbara Witt was doing the paperwork for Fay. I just started doing paperwork for Mr. Fay back in late 2013, 2014.
Who's in charge at the dealership day to day? I think he said you.
I'm not in charge. I work for Mr. Fay.
And Mr. Fay, though, said that you were in charge. Did I hear that correctly?
I know he did, but I'm not in charge of the dealership, no.
Okay.
I do what he says do.
I got you. So,
Yeah.
wasn't implying you're not part of these proceedings, but I just wanted to, it's important for us to know who is in charge.
Okay.
Because that's the reason we're here.
Yes, I
Part of the reason we're
understand.
here. Do we have questions for Ms. Joyce?
Questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you related to him in any way?
Oh, ma'am.
How did you meet him?
I just went down and asked for a repossession job in 2005, and he hired me.
Also works there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
What is her position?
She's a salesman also, and she cleans the cars, washes the cars.
Did you work there first, or did she start working there?
I did. But can I say something? The allegation in 2014 where where they said they had asked the secretary to leave, that was me. That's not true. Mr. Fay Sims did not ask me to leave the office. His door is not closed. I was there that day when the first one they were talking about, where they said that the little girl said Mr. Fay had asked the secretary to leave. That would have been me. He's never asked me to leave his office and close the door.
Do you have a criminal record?
What? No.
Okay.
I've never been in trouble, no ma'am.
Are you a notary public?
Door anymore. I had it took down.
Is your bond in place, Mr. Sims? Is your dealer surety bond in place?
I'm sorry.
Do you know what the dealer surety bond is?
Yes. It's the insurance bond and everything.
Surety bond.
Security bond.
Surety bonded.
Surety
It's the
bond,
insurance,
it's purchased and placed on file with the commission
Yes,
to
it is.
offer some amount of protection to consumers.
Yes,
But
it is. It's hanging on the wall.
Okay.
Ever seen any inappropriate actions by Mr. Sims?
I never have.
Never have.
I never have. But I guess the allegations on these other three, like he said, I took the little lady down to get her stuff out of her car. And when I come back, I thought she was going to the store to get her something to drink. Next thing I know, she was over there talking to a police officer. Why? I don't know. I didn't ask. She just jumps out of the car. She's crying the whole way down to get her stuff out of the car. When I come back, she runs across the street. She calls the police officer, and that's when Mr. Sims was arrested. That was on a Nissan Xterra. Her name is Miss Danielle Sewell, Sewell. That's one that she said Mr. Fay couldn't find her folder.
Who actually collects the payments? Remember these four accusers
Yes.
specifically?
Yes, I can tell you their names.
And when they came in, did they ask to see Mr. Sims or tell you they couldn't pay or what?
Sequoia Beck was repoed. That's the first one. That's the little lady that they said that he had asked me to leave the room. The second one is going to be Brittany Blackwell. She's got a Saturn View. The third one is going to be Miss Danielle Sewell. She had a Nissan Xterra. The fourth one is going to be Milraney. She has a blue Chevrolet aluminum van.
When you went to repossess or they were coming in
I
to
never
take-
repossessed none of these
Okay,
cars.
if they, I guess they would tell you that they didn't have the payment, then they'd ask to see Mr. Fay. How's that
I had
work at
quit
your place?
repossessing last year. I never repossessed none of these cars that that these charges have been filed. I never repossessed none of these.
Oh, they weren't behind?
No, they were behind. He has another repo person. He has a snatch truck. Now, I usually just go up and get the key. These were repoed with a snatch truck. I never repossessed any of these cars.
Cars were towed in. Did any of these individuals come back to the dealership? And
Yes, they come back.
what did they do when they got back?
They talked to Mr. Fay because I don't deal with them if they're repoed.
Did any of them did all four of them get their cars back?
No. Brittany Blackwell still has her car. She wrecked it. Miss Sequoia Beck, we got her car back. That was the first charge. Danielle, she didn't want her car back. Miss Mulroney, she still has her car.
I'll ask questions for a while if you have some. I've kind of
About cars that people are not making payments on, how many of them are?
That they're not making payments on? I don't know any that they're not making payments on. If they don't make a payment on them, we do repossess the cars.
Indication that he was putting some cars out for favors.
I don't know anything about that.
Do you
I
know
have
it?
cancer. I'm not there but about 3-4 days a week, if that. And a lot of these allegations, the Saturn View, I wasn't there. I was in the hospital. The Nissan Quest, I had just come in to work when that little lady was there. The aluminum van, I was there. There was nothing on the aluminum van. That is Miss Mulroney.
Can we move over to the second part of the presentation by legal regarding open titles, temp tags, and so forth? That would be under your supervision, I suppose.
Chairman, I apologize to interrupt. I wanted to clarify, we're not asking for summary suspension based on those title issues. We do have a complaint that is pending on that will be incorporated with these later. But for summary suspension, we're really only looking at the sexual misconduct allegations. Obviously, as the commission, you're free to ask questions. I just wanted to let you know that as legal, we would recommend that those would not be considered immediate threats of harm. So
That's a good point. I agree with that. I was looking toward who's going to look after this in the future if someone's still there. What's your leaving recommendation of legal is to leave two people there, I suppose, to collect payments and see the payoffs and so forth and so on. If I'm trying to, in my own mind, I'm trying to determine if you're competent to do that, if you're one of the people being left there for the sake of the consumer.
If that's what Mr. Sims wants.
I'm sorry.
You know, if that's what he likes. Like I said, we work under him. If he wants us to sit there and collect his payments, that's fine.
He's not there. Can you, what are your qualifications to handle money from consumers and so forth?
I do that anyway.
I'm working my process through the different scenarios. If he's not there, are you qualified, and would the consumers get their titles and
Yes, sir.
payoffs and so forth?
Yes, sir. They will.
Do you have any problems outstanding now? I'll go back to, do you know of any problems you have outstanding, not taking into consideration what we
They will
heard
get
here?
their tags and titles.
Have you got any open titles out there?
Not now.
I'm
No.
sorry.
There's no open titles out, no. I wasn't there when they come in. I had just got back from the hospital. I have been in Rome. I have breast cancer. So legally, I have been out. I'm there maybe 2-3 days out of a week. And I'm sorry for that. You know, I can't help it because I feel off sick. That's just something that happens.
Certainly have our sympathy. I'm trying to look at what this dealership looks at if it's
I
open.
understand. I understand.
And that's a big concern. You have 200 consumers out there riding in their vehicles that you're financing. You know, what does that business model look like going forward? You're working 2-3 days a week now, or are you going to work
No, I'm going to
full-time?
come back full-time. If I have to, I'll come back full-time. I'll move my doctors up here.
I've kind of dominated the questions or someone else. Commissioner Norton.
I have a question for the staff. Do we know of any outstanding title issues now for consumers not getting their titles?
One of the most recent complaint prior to these initiated did deal with an open title. An investigation went out. Matt, do you know more about that, to speak to that? So that they did find open titles. What the status of those are now, I don't know.
Let me clarify what I asked. I wasn't asking open titles. I'm asking for if any consumers have been deprived of receiving their title from the dealership when it was due to them.
Oh, yes. I apologize for that. Yes, there was a failure to deliver title and the person who had 3 temporary tags. That complaint was opened this year. It's a 2016 complaint, and the complainant did allege failure to deliver title in that case. Where that is now, I'm not aware.
Titles that haven't been delivered that you are aware of?
Sir. No, I don't even know if anybody's paid a car off this year that hasn't received their title.
About a sold car that
No.
they have not got their tags and title on?
No, no, sir.
We address this to our executive director. Did investigators find open titles when they went to this store, and those cases haven't come up yet, or we're getting conflicting information in regard to titles and open titles and temp tag logs? How do we?
Chairman?
Yes.
I again ask you not to consider this when you decide on the summary suspension. But to answer your question, we actually just authorized revocation of this dealership on the legal report. Last 3 times our inspectors are down there, they found open titles. I just looked through the complaint history again, and there's 4 separate allegations in the last 3 or 4 years of people not getting titles. Also, this improper repossession that was factored into that revocation.
I understand that this is not to be considered in decision-making on this recommendation of a summary suspension. I'm getting a little ahead of where you are as to if we follow the recommendation, are the consumers going to be better off or worse off? How's this going to work? Who's going to be in charge there? And if there have been written violations out there, while Mr. Fay is there, I wouldn't think they'd get any better with him gone if that were the case. So that's merely to, I'm getting a little ahead, but what are the implications to the consumers if we follow this?
Having him there right now could be definitely an issue. But, you know, taking care of the consumers that are already out there that need to be able to come in and make their payments, I mean, to me, it's the only thing to come to make their payments on these vehicles.
It would not be allowed to sell vehicles under this scenario.
That is what we are proposing the commission decide, that they would be restricted from any future sales as of today.
They'd be able to take care of the customers they already have. So that's the part that, to me.
If you remove all the cars from the lot, some of those consumers will think the place is closed and they don't have to pay. And then, I mean, is the cure worse than the?
Commissioner Jackson,
yeah.
are all the payments paid at the dealership? Yeah.
Do you have the contact information for those consumers?
Some of the phone numbers are correct and some of them aren't.
So you can notify these customers that you were still here to accept their payments.
Commissioner Jackson, do you have the addresses? where you could?
If they are correct, some of them aren't correct. We don't run the addresses when they come in. We just go by what they put down.
This is directed to the staff. I'm looking at, I don't know what number it is. I heard the staff say you're asking for a summer suspension because of the alleged sexual allegation, correct?
That's correct.
And I was just reading this document. I don't know what number it is, but it's from the State of Tennessee Criminal Court. And I'm going to read it, and then I'll just ask the staff some more questions about it. It says the grand jury for the state of Fort said, being duly summoned, elected in panel, sworn and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Fort upon their oath. Further, Faye Simmons, heretofore on December 12, 2014, in the county of Fort, did unlawfully and intentionally engage in sexual conduct with Ms. Beck. The sexual contact was accomplished without the consent of the victim, and the defendant knew or had reason to know at the time of the contact. Now, this is dealing with Ms. Beck. So the grand jury has found probable cause of that nature.
That's right. This is an indictment from the grand jury for probable cause to move forward to a trial.
Is there any other three victims? Is there an affidavit, or is there where the grand jury have reviewed those? Have they made a decision?
We do not have true bills on the other three, but there are affidavits from the complainants, or if the victims in these cases, attached to each of the criminal reports in the iPads. So, for example, for arrest on September 10th, which would be the next one chronologically, on page 15 of the
September
Faye
10th,
Sims.
7 pages?
Yes.
Exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4.
So the last three allegations, he has been arrested for them.
Correct. And they are being consolidated by the DA.
They're being consolidated, but it had not been before the grand jury because I guess the prosecutor had decided, I want to consolidate those three cases and take it.
A grain of salt, we have not spoken directly with the DA since we've moved so quickly on this hearing, but following the court records and watching the dates turn, that is what we are assuming is happening. But I have no final word from Hamilton County on what the DA's plan is or what his litigation strategy is.
Because I was sitting until I read the grand jury indictment on Ms. Beck. I was going to ask the staff now. I need to see some more evidence here about the other three. Actually, I hadn't seen any on the first one with Ms. Beck, but then I finally saw that because I had some concern about how can I vote with good conscience according to the law of the motor vehicle when it have not been proven that he's been guilty of the accusation. But I do have one in front of me that the grand jury has validated, and he's been indicted for the one in 2014.
Absolutely. And to kind of go off of that point, if I may, I'd like to point out, these are the four that we have arrests on. The affidavit from the police is why I wanted to provide that to you, because of the population we're dealing with and the trade-off that these victims have sometimes results in a low report rate for things that could be happening in this dealership. So that's one of the reasons we felt it was to this scale, because we cannot guess how many actual victims are out there.
I would assume that the grand jury had to interview Ms. Beck, or someone had to interview Ms. Beck in order to determine probable cause of making the charge substantiated.
It's possible. It's possible. I'm not sure who they had come testify. That is, and it would be without Mr. Sims to say that. To be fair, the grand jury typically is the prosecution alone. So to take that into consideration, if you'd like to, as the commission, it's the prosecution's chance to put on a case for probable cause. So it doesn't always include the defense.
I was looking at the affidavit from the officers, and each time they went out and did what they had to do, and they were of the opinion that they had been called out for numerous of times for supposed misconduct of Mr. Sims, sexual misconduct of Mr. Sims.
That's correct. The detective described the motor vehicle dealership as a nuisance to the community.
Am I correct in previous situations where we've granted summary suspensions, there may dealership that haven't necessarily been concluded or proven one way or the other.
That's correct.
The fact that there hasn't been anything proven here yet, we think that there's such enough of a risk that you're asking us to summary suspension while you figure it all out.
That's exactly right. We do not want you to decide right now if this actually did or did not happen. This is merely to show if there is enough here to warrant this level of suspension pending a hearing where it would be flushed out in greater detail.
I like to say whatever I need to do, I promise you, it'll be done, whatever it is.
Please restate the state's request.
Absolutely. At this time, I guess we can do it one at a time. Our first request would be that this commission summarily suspend Mr. Sims' motor vehicle salesman license number 41845. The request would ask that this commission also find that his presence on the dealership property in and around business hours would constitute evidence that Mr. Sims was acting as a salesman in violation of that order if you were to grant it. So that is our request, that it be summarily suspended for the health, safety, and the public welfare of that community.
Second part for
Yes.
Best Buy. So with that, would it be helpful to the commission to, we're going to have to do this anyway, to go ahead and consider one of the requests or recommendations by legal and then do the other in the second part? In other words, do we want to consider suspending the sales license for Mr. Sims and then consider suspending the dealer license for Best Buy in two separate actions? So that doesn't muddy up the water.
Commissioner Jackson, I think
suggest that
you're
we
right,
consider-
Chairman. I think it should be separate. We should deal with the summer suspension first and then deal with the
Summary suspension of his license.
Right.
And then of Best Buy, of
Best
Best Motors, excuse me. Okay, so I'll direct the commission to first deal with the salesperson's license of Mr. Sims.
You need a motion?
We can take a motion or a
Uh,
comment.
Commissioner Jackson, due to the facts that been presented by the state in regarding Mr. Sims' license, I motion that we suspend his license.
Pending a formal hearing.
Pending a formal hearing.
Yes, okay.
Second.
Commissioner Webb, we're a little louder, so Commissioner Webb seconds the motion to suspend the license of Mr. Sims pending a formal hearing. Any discussion of the motion?
I promise, whatever I need to do, I'll do it. I need the work bad. Whatever it takes, I'll get it done.
Roll call vote, please.
Chairman Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Clayton. Fox,
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson,
Yes.
Commissioner Murray. Commissioner Trickett,
Yes.
Commissioner Norton,
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Yes.
Commissioner Levy. Motion carries.
License will be suspended pending a formal hearing, sir. Pending the next available formal hearing. And next formal hearing, the next date that is available, sir. And the staff will advise you when the next date is. the staff will advise you, if you choose to go to a formal hearing, which is your right, of course, the staff will, formal hearing, you can appeal this decision at a formal hearing. Yes, sir. We'll have to do that. You'll have to make that request at a formal hearing.
Oh, I make that request. I've just got to work, and please don't.
Sir?
You know, whatever I need to do, I'll promise you I'll do it. But just please don't take.
Do you understand your options for the does he understand his options for the formal hearing? He can get an attorney if he wishes, and so forth.
We will have a very thorough discussion about that. It looks like the date will be June 15th for the next special hearing, and I will ensure that a letter is sent with every right and everything like that, typical legal division.
Thank you, sir. Now we're to consider the requested or recommended summary suspension of dealer license for Best Motors.
Yes, members of the commission, at this time, legal would request the summary suspension of Best Motors dealer license 12740 because it poses a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the community. We would request that the dealership suspension be limited only to future sales after today, April 25th, but that the business be allowed to be operated by Joyce Walling and her sister, Betty Burns, in the collection of payments and issuance of title and registration only.
It makes sense to take care of the consumers that are out there because, you know, they've got to have some place to go to keep these.
These two individuals are licensed.
They are actively licensed.
My concern at this point is what's best for the consumer having access to, there shouldn't be more temp tags issued because there'd be no more sales. Or at least they're suspended for a while pending formal hearing. So temp tags shouldn't be a problem, but payoffs.
Well, if somebody has a temp tag right now and it expires tomorrow, they'll need another one if their paperwork hasn't been done.
Chairman?
Sure, Commissioner Clayton.
Maybe I'm taking issue with you here, but I don't believe that you should just slam dunk this gentleman based on what I've heard here today and say that he can't continue to operate that business and sell his used cars that he has. Now, if you want to bring that to a formal hearing and then decide what is best, I think you can do that. But he hasn't been convicted of anything here yet. So therefore, I've got a problem in just saying, hey, he can't do business, he can't be around his business, and he can't sell the cars that he currently has. I think that would be morally wrong, in my thought, to do somebody that way. Now, if he had been proven guilty, I'd take a different issue on it. But I think that these two ladies should continue to operate that business. If you want to limit his capacity there, that's another issue. You've taken his salesman license away. He can't sell cars, but they can. And if they were going to be there and ample people there under supervising him for that matter, that's a good turn of event.
Well, I follow your thoughts, and with you know, if we're suspending the license, can we tell someone, well, they actually have two people that are licensed that would be there. That's probably the difference in the thoughts is, can we tell a licensed salesperson they can't sell a car? The license of Mr. Sims has already been dealt with, but the two remaining people, can we as commission tell them you have a license to sell cars, but you can't sell cars?
The issue is, I apologize. Please, commissioners. Didn't mean to interrupt you. Oh, the answer, because the dealership's license would be suspended, those salesmen's license that are associated with that dealership could be totally prevented from doing business. So the limitation on the dealership would be directly related to those associated sales license, I believe.
Their existing inventory, I would assume there is.
I'm not aware of what's there, but the last photographs we have show existing inventory.
Tell us how many cars are there, I'm sure.
About 30 cars there that is
Yeah.
not sold. But I do have cars out that we have just recently sold, and they do need another tag. They've just got one. But I can promise you something. I moved this gentleman up front. He's as open as you are. He is not getting there before 9 o'clock, and he leaves the same time I do, and actually people sit there and watch him. I do have that for a fact.
Legal would object to that. The reason that we understand that this is not a perfect solution. The reason that we are proposing it to the commission is because the danger directly involves the fact that this business was operating, and we assume that these ladies were present at the dealership and that these allegations still arose. So our fear is that the failure to supervise is the charge against Best Motors. In it, that's the only charge, is multiple counts of failure to supervise. So to base a decision from a legal perspective on their supervision didn't seem intuitive, and that's the reason we tried to come up with this solution of removing the person that they failed to supervise. But obviously, as legal, we are open to the commission's suggestion, whatever you feel is best for the industry.
Commissioner Jackson.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sims, we just motioned to revoke his license to sell cars. And I'll make sure that I understand to the staff, the dealer license is not in his name, is that correct?
Currently, it is in Agnes Sims, his wife's name. That is correct.
Wife's name. So, can we hold the dealer accountable for what action he done legally?
Yes, that the failure to supervise violations that we're bringing, under the Motor Vehicle Commission statute, every dealership has an obligation, really, and a duty to observe and watch the people that they hire and bring into the business. So the fact that she's not present really only exacerbates the issue.
Out in concern, but you're right, because we've had a lot of cases come in that the dealership is held accountable for what the action of their salesman, what their salesman do. And I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Clayton. It seems like a double jeopardy, but when you look at it based on what is required, you know, of a dealership and the licensee, you're responsible for whatever that employee does in your dealership.
Well, there's also a dilemma for this dealership. Mrs. Sims is ill, and it doesn't sound like she might be available to ever, according to Mr. Sims's statement, and unfortunately, she might not be able to come back and manage it. And the license is in her name. It'd be difficult for her to appeal it, and with Mr. Sims not getting a license, he can't get it. So at some point, just as a business thought, this operation winds down anyway. I don't know how she could send in a request to renew the license if she's too sick to be there to manage it. So it's a sad situation, of course. I'm trying to think of what the process looks like.
I mean, if all of the evidence that been allegedly accused of him, the other three evidence, the other three victims, so to speak, the court has rendered that decision. I mean, it would be non-debatable for me, personally. But I got to deal with what we've done in the past and what this board has. Salesman violates, we hold a dealer responsible, whether that, you know, that individual that owned the dealer did anything improper. Still, it's on the dealership owner, the licensee.
I don't know how this situation gets better.
I don't either. I'm speaking of the dealer license. How is it going to get any better? It's almost becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. I am concerned about the consumer I am concerned about how are we going to keep Mr. Sims away from, I mean, that's not our job, but how are we going to keep him away from the dealership where that type of behavior might occur again? We can't regulate that, but to continue to sell cars, I mean, you'd have to have someone that's 24 hours to watch that. And
someone needs to be able to liquidate his inventory in some fashion. How do we?
There is if you'd like to stipulate to the suspension, you can also offer a wind down period, or maybe a time frame where they can wind down inventory pending the hearing. Mr. Reddish suggested even 15 days to wind down as much inventory as they'd like in order to at least capitalize on what they have in stock now, and then perhaps discussions could happen as far as passing power of attorney or things amongst themselves. You're correct, the commission can't necessarily decide how he runs the business so long as it meets the regulations and statute, but so that may be a decision for Best Motors to decide how best they go forward in this circumstance that they've, from our stance, put themselves in.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Yes.
It's not uncommon when you see a business that is in a wind down circumstance for them to request to have a period of time and also to submit a list of all the vehicle identification numbers to the commission or to legal. That way we can ensure that the business does not continue, that the inventory is not changing or increasing, and it allows us to accomplish those goals. That's pretty common in the industry when you see a business that does wind down in any circumstance.
It should also give an opportunity for the remaining people, Ms. Joyce and her sister, to let those people know that have notes out there to come back and pay a note and say, by the way, we're still collecting notes. We're not, you don't have to say anything about not selling cars, but should you see the inventory go away, we're still collecting notes here. To immediately do it is the consumer's going to be confused. They've got inventory, and I think that's maybe a hardship. If we could put the summary suspension in effect in 30 days, something like that, give them time to liquidate inventory and notify their customers.
We'd have to still include stopping sales today. Stopping new purchases, Mr. Reddish said. If they wanted to wholesale the vehicles or something like that, they could do that. But the summary, to suspend the summary suspension for 30 days, to say it doesn't enact, it's almost kind of counterintuitive. The reason we came for this special hearing instead of going to a formal hearing is because the immediacy of the nature. So while I think that a carve out, if that's what the commission thinks is best as far as giving a wind down period, in the suspension order would be reasonable. However, I do believe the summary suspension should take effect today with those limitations the commission determines to be necessary.
I don't know that we can designate under a license that you can sell, but you can't buy. A license is a license. If that's, I don't know if I heard that correctly or not.
Would be our stance that because of the summary suspension, it would just be a form of suspension, so that parts of those, it would be within the power of this commission to determine what that suspension looks like and what it would entail and what it would not, pending the formal hearing. If the commission doesn't read it that way, then that is absolutely acceptable as well. So we're open to your decision.
Chairman, I think I would be in favor of letting them stay in business until the formal hearing, because if you don't do that, he cannot pay these two women to operate if he has no income. And then we could decide after the formal hearing where we want to go from there.
Well, the income should be based, source of income should be from the note payments.
Well, is your sister on salary or is she on commission? On commission.
I have a concern. If you remove the day-to-day operator out of the business and you pass the torch to employees and they have no way to pay them that business doesn't exist. It winds down, but we got a bigger mess. We got our consumers we're trying to protect. So I just have concerns about shutting them down and passing it on to employees who obviously they miss one paycheck. They're not going to show up the next week.
Something to consider also is because of the action on Mr. Sims' license, that we will be holding a formal hearing very rapidly for Mr. Sims' license. And, obviously the result can go either way at that hearing. But assuming that he is revoked at that hearing, Best Motors remains in the same position. And then if we do not suspend them today, they've been operating nonetheless this entire time, possibly with his influence. So that's our concern. And on the back end, if we don't suspend here, we'd have to go back and try to wrap these allegations into the other complaint, and we couldn't necessarily guarantee the same immediacy. Obviously, we would attempt to do that, but there's a little bit of a more, you gain priority status with the summary suspension because of its immediate nature. But if you don't think it is an immediate threat, then that's what this is for. So it's just something to consider as far as when we will hear each individual matter.
Think out loud.
I do. I've got to think out loud. I'm going to go back to what she talked about on the very first complainant. You say you were present on the very first complainant where
I was.
you were there and you saw nothing inappropriate.
I seen her hug his neck, but he did not ever ask me to leave the room and shut the door. That's Sequoia Beck.
And at that time, when was he charged subsequently after that? Did the media get involved at this point? I mean, there's stuff like that we don't know.
Channel 3 was there.
On the first time?
Yes.
Okay.
And we were told not to say anything. But Arvin Rango was the attorney, but he's not now. He fell off sick. He did fall over with a stroke or something, but he is not his attorney now.
Beck. The customer's name is Beck.
Yes, Arvin Rango was the attorney for Mr. Faye Sims at the time, but he's not now. It is a different attorney. That's how come they really didn't get anything, but he is in Arvin's building. But there was nothing there. They all hug his neck. I hung his neck daily. There was nothing there on Sequoia Beck. I don't know what that was. He's never, ever asked me to leave his office and shut the door. Never.
Sims, have you engaged an attorney right now? Do you have an attorney?
I have one.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I do. He was in Mr. Arvin Ringo's office, and he's taken over.
Well, as much as we struggle with how to get from point A to point B with this, keep in mind this is a suspension and not a revocation.
What?
This is a suspension and not a revocation. And a hearing on the revocation would be in June.
Correct.
So maybe look at it on if you want to have a compassionate side, maybe we're given some time to sort all this out and we get to a formal hearing and see what happens. Wouldn't be all bad for their business. I don't think it'd be harmful to their business at this point to step back from this and make some decisions, because after all, they have a question I have. Sir, you have a business that the person who is licensed is very ill and might not even make it to a formal hearing.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
He's talking about
I don't want to say anything inappropriate or harmful, but
I'll make sure she does.
I'm not saying that she has to necessarily, but if she's on the license.
I'll do anything to keep my license.
But at this point, sir, it's her license.
And
It's her license, and that's the problem.
Well, I'm sorry that this has come up, and I'll do anything in the world to help straighten it out, because I do need it bad.
Sir, would you go into voluntary suspension pending a formal hearing?
Formal hearing, anything I need to do, that's what I'll do.
I'd have asked you an appropriate question, but I was, it's a compassionate question, but I was trying to.
Maybe as a possible middle ground, there's also the possibility that Mr. Sims could continue to run the business. He just wouldn't be able to be on the property. He could still run the business from home. He could still issue paychecks, any of those things. As long as he wasn't physically there, I think that the goal would be accomplished. I know that makes it's difficult to run a business not there. I understand that, but.
I wanted to add something also, that we've approved revocation on the open titles and improper repossession charges, but we would not be able to hear Best Motors' case in June relating to these allegations. If we summary suspend, we can hear the revocation then at a formal hearing, but if we don't summary suspend now, then it would have to go on the legal report in July, approve revocation then, and we'd have to have another formal hearing. So if we want to have a formal hearing against Best Motors related to these sexual misconduct acts, it has to be a summary suspension decided today.
Decided on a summary suspension for him?
Only on Mr. Sims, not against Best Motors. Separate license.
Well, the concern that I see with that scenario is that if we give him an available date for a formal hearing, which we're supposed to do, and then the other complaints come to fruition for allegedly open titles, something like this, then he's got 2 formal hearings.
Technically, well, he's not the licensee holder for Best Motors, technically.
That's true.
So that does create a little bit of a weirder issue, but you're right. I think in function, he would have both of those.
Logistically, I guess, and
Yeah.
expense-wise, yeah.
Exactly, yes, Chairman.
Sure.
So the formal hearing will be heard prior to the criminal outcome, correct?
Possible. Right now, they have trial set for June 7th, and our hearing is the 15th. So if that were to interfere, that would be a conversation to have at that time. But we just can't predict whether they'll actually go to trial then or not.
Currently be scheduled for after the criminal hearing, so. Criminal case gets pushed again, then maybe that's something for us to consider when it's before us again.
That's correct. And we could bring, if something were to happen with the criminal case that would bring our complaint into question, we could present that to the board to have the summary suspension lifted.
If we go back to the basis for the recommendation from legal, that Best Motors is not being managed properly. It does help, it kind of hones in on the decision that we have to make. If we're going summary suspension for Best Motors, we base our decision on whether or not it's being properly managed.
Chairman, if I could, you had asked a question a while back, and I did not respond because we kind of got sidetracked. But, this is not to be considered as part of the suspension, but as a matter of history for the management of Best Motors, I would like to offer this information at this time. Going back to 2012, there were allegations of title, tag issues, and sexual misconduct. A letter of warning was issued at that time. In 2014, there were allegations of issues with tags, title, and sexual misconduct. They were penalized $7,000 for temporary tags and open titles. No consent order was signed at that time. In 2015, there were allegations of tags and title issues. Respondent was penalized $1,500 for open titles. No consent order was signed as of this point. And in 2016, there were allegations of failure to deliver title and 3 temporary tags. Respondent admits violation in response, and it was on the legal report for revocation already. So this is a period of time that we are addressing the management issue under different cases. It's not this particular case, but in reference to the history of the management of the dealership, I would like to offer that.
Pay any of those fines?
Our records do not indicate that the fines were paid.
He has not paid any of those civil penalties. None of those civil penalties, we have not received any payments. We've not received any signed orders.
Doesn't affect renewing his license without paying those penalties?
The process for the civil penalties and the consent orders have to go through due process, just like the process we're following today. So each one of those cases would move through a different process based on its individual timeline. And so they are still moving through those processes.
Without considering that in our deliberations, it does seem even more so to me that this respondent should step back away from their business, and I don't got some income from notes, but that's not necessarily part of this either. It does seem that they've got a lot of issues out there, and a lot of work to do, and continuing to sell cars and put more notes out there, possibly putting the public at risk. I understand the notion of he might not be guilty of these things, but at the same time, that's not necessarily what we're here to do. We're here to
Roberts, one thought I had is, if we're concerned about the consumers, I mean, everyone is obviously concerned about the consumers, but concerned about them immediately for the suspension. I mean, it's obvious about everything that's been said, this is not going to be the last time we hear about this case. So other issues are going to come into play at a later time, probably in the not too distant. Already suspended his sales license, because this will come before us again.
I volunteer to pay these fines myself. I don't know what they are. They were talking about, I guess it's been back since 2012. Just keep the business lights open. You then suspended his. We need to, like he says, take payments. That's how he makes a living.
Well, we can't consider, even though there's been some discussion of where you are now, where the business is now, and that's not part of the deliberations either, so nice of you to offer, but
I mean, I will do what I can to help him.
I understand we can't consider that, though.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. All right, Commissioner, we got some, do our job.
So, struggling with the dealership license, and I know the dealership license is licensed to his wife that's incapacitated due to health reason. And his action, I'm still struggling with his action should be held accountable for the dealership because she probably don't know anything about his action. I didn't have no problem with suspending his license. I felt comfortable with what I saw here in the information. A little bit concerned about, well, what if he's found innocent of all charges later on? But I'm not going to worry about that now. I got to deal with what's before us. I'm still struggling with whether we should suspend the dealer license because he's an employee. He's not the owner of the business. His wife is, and she's licensed as the dealer owner. She didn't cause, I know she's responsible for her employee. And I know the allegation goes way back 2012 with Mr. Sims and not with her. And that's what I'm struggling with. And I understand that the dealer is responsible for the employees. I understand that.
Well, this is a cruel illustration of why I think that, one of the reasons I think that we need to move to summary suspension. The fact that she's not able to be here today, because she's the person with a license. Make it for this, can she run a business? And she is the licensee. And that's a harsh thing to say, but that's where we are, I think.
If I may, we did take, I personally took that into consideration putting together these exhibits, and that's why I thought it was important to include the affidavit from Joyce Walling and from her sister that indicate that perhaps Agnes Sims was never truly involved in this business at all. It's from that perspective, functionally, the owner of this dealership is Mr. Sims. And I understand on paper that Miss Agnes Sims is the owner, but how much impact this decision actually has on her, or how aware she is of what the dealership is doing at any point since this was initiated, is definitely in question. It would be our stance based on those affidavits that it's really just a shell, that her name was on the dealership at all, and that Mr. Sims, is the owner of Best Motors. Obviously, paperwork needs to be dealt with on our end as far as who's registered to make it proper, but who's running this dealership and who's going to be overseeing it, it would never have been Miss Sims as far as we are aware based on the evidence.
I was just talking to Mr. Fay. He said he will agree to stay away from the dealership, not come down there at all. Not even open the door, not even come on the property, not even unlock the gate, nowhere near. I will take the payments, I'll take over everything, I will run it for him. He will not come around the dealership at all. This is how they make their living from month to month. He won't even, I'll do the bank deposits, I'll do everything for him. Just don't take his license. You suspended his dealer, his sales license. He won't even, I promise you, he won't even come on the lot. You can take, what it is, the restraining order, whatever you need to do. I promise you he will not come on that lot ever again until we go back to court June 7th. This is how they make a month-to-month living. I'll sign a piece of paper right here in front if I have to. This man will not come back. That's what I was discussing with him. He will not come back on the lot.
I'll do anything you tell me to. I mean,
He won't come back until after we go to court.
if I could come scrub the floor, I'd be glad to.
Yeah.
But I will not sell a car.
They're not talking about selling cars, Mr. Fay. They're talking about not coming back on the lot till after June, after you go to court.
I can't even come back on the property at all, right?
No.
Well, there's a question there. If you're the landlord,
No,
if
he
you're the
won't.
landlord, I'm not,
No, he won't come on. He won't come on the property, I promise. He won't.
I can't.
No.
well, I appreciate what you're saying. It's a little bit impractical because if you had a if you had an ice storm in May and the roof fell in, you'd need to be down there to look after your property. It's a little different role, but I would say if you're saying to us in the role of running the dealership or selling cars is probably what you're speaking of. He would need access to the property in the event of an emergency or something.
But if you tell him to stay away, he will stay away.
Well,
Just to keep the dealers, he will stay away, I promise.
he's already got that with the suspension of his sales license.
Yeah, just don't suspend the dealer's license. If you tell him to stay at home, he will stay at home. He will stay away from the dealership. I promise you that. He just needs to make it from month to month, and this is how he does it.
There's no way I can come to the dealership at all.
No. That's what they're discussing, Faye.
I'll leave that to legal because I made a statement as to the property itself. Can you get in there to, you know, fix a roof or something if you need to, for example? But
I understand.
I'm gonna leave that to legal to carve that out.
At this point, the summary suspension for Faye Sims' individual license, the order includes language that would restrict him from the property before or during business hours or immediately around business hours. It would not, the only carve-out would be after business hours at an extended period. But we can remove that if that is something the commission isn't comfortable with, or if that is something that you intend to go forward on from the previous discussion, it will remain in the order.
We don't do summary suspension on this dealership license. Do we waive, we don't waive revocation later?
No.
I think there would be, not necessarily speaking for myself on this one, I'm trying to help the commission, if I'm helping at all. Might be more concern for the open titles and those violations that might be out there that we've already heard some written complaints on but not be heard. If maybe if we don't summary suspend the license of the dealership and then we see how these other concerns turn out. Well, in terms of the physical safety of consumers, Mr. Sims is being dealt with as far as that property, that dealership goes. And we don't look into these other allegations and check those out, then we could still be exposing abuse and open titles, that kind of thing.
At this point, the intention would be to wind all those up into one hearing. So it would be all of those issues. The hearing for revocation would include all of the procedural issues that we've discussed with tags, open titles, all of those issues, as well as the failure to supervise stemming from the sexual misconduct. We would wrap all those into one hearing for revocation, assuming that the summary suspension was granted today. Otherwise, depending on where they have to be on the legal report, they may have to be split, or one would have to wait for the other to kind of catch up to each other, because they still have to, I think one of the allegations still has to be presented. If this allegation wasn't a summary suspension, if the summary suspension wasn't granted on sexual misconduct, we could still have the hearing on the technical issues. I would do everything in my power to ensure to get notice of hearing out so that we could attempt to have it on June 15th. Depending on how long Mr. Sims' hearing takes, could put that into jeopardy as far as the end of the day. But I would intend to have the technical revocation rather than the sexual misconduct. We could try to have that the same day. But if summary suspension is not granted today, I would not be able to include the sexual misconduct on the Best Motors hearing on June 15th. We would have to wait. So I think that's the scenario. So if we grant, I can do all of it on the 15th. If we do not, that part of it will have to wait. But if the revocation is granted on the 15th, then we may just not deal with the other part of it, the misconduct. I don't know. The merits of how this procedurally goes shouldn't be what you consider. We really want the consideration to be for summary suspension if you believe that there is a risk to the consumer's health, public health, safety, and welfare. So just to kind of direct your thoughts.
You said by the revocation of his sales license, there's language in there that prevents him from being on the property.
Currently, that's how the order reads.
So if our real concern is exposing him to anyone who's going to come onto the property, that matter has been resolved. They might be in a different time frame, but they're going to come up. To me, the biggest danger has been not suspend the dealership license. We allow the dealership to continue as best it can with all these other things hanging over its head, which could be resolved maybe as soon as June 15th or afterwards. I guess I make a motion to not, I don't even know if you need to have this motion. Let's just see where we are. I'll make a motion to, I have to vote for it then, I can't do that. Someone should make a motion that feels that the dealership license should be suspended and let's see if there's enough votes for that. And if there's not, then that's it. We've just suspended his sales license, and the other one still remains.
I promise to keep the business going and straighten everything up.
Thank you. We
Promise
need-
you by June
Don't mean to
15th.
interrupt, but
It will be done.
we're
I
in
know.
discussion. The commission's in discussion.
I'm sorry,
now.
I just-
That's all right. We don't have a motion to discuss, but we have a proposed motion to discuss. That's one way of getting there, and I've done that before. Just get the motion made, and you don't even have to vote for your own motion.
You don't have to vote for your own motion.
I'll make the motion that we suspend the license.
Summary suspension.
Summary suspension
All right.
pending a formal hearing.
All right. Second, if we're going to vote on it.
Can vote on it?
I just say, we need a second. We need a second for that motion if we're going to vote on it.
Second.
Jackson? Levy? Okay.
That was and then Jackson. Okay. Now we get to discuss the motion. Although I don't see much need to discuss it, I think we've pretty well beaten it up. Anybody want to discuss it?
Would you repeat?
The motion is to summary suspend pending a formal hearing.
Yes.
That means stop selling today.
Votes.
He told the commission there are 200 people out there. with
So
notes.
200 people come in there every month to pay their note.
That's what it implies,
That's what, that's,
unless they're making quarterly payments. And I did speak to that. That's a lot of income.
at $100, it's 20 grand a month.
Yeah.
So,
But let me say this, that the minute that that lot is closed, many of those 200 people will not pay.
Agree with that. I said that as well.
Yeah.
I did.
So,
There'll be some that won't pay.
so I would like to see us let them wind it down. They know whether he's guilty or not. He knows whether he's guilty or not. Now, whether he'll be proven guilty by a court, I don't know. But give him a chance to wind this down and then suspend his license out there at the formal hearing on June 15th. 30 days is not going to kill us here.
I think that's what we're saying, but if, by the pending motion, if the pending motion is voted down, the business is allowed to continue until everything else gets handled.
We'll deal with the rest of it.
Yeah,
without him.
you're right.
So we have a motion, we have a second. I think we should have a roll call vote.
Vote call for.
Commission, just as far as it instructs your vote, we just wanted to include, we cannot confirm or deny the 200 open payments, but we will say that they only sold 30 vehicles in the entirety of last year. So how you would like to extrapolate that for future business or past business is up to you. We just wanted to make sure that you had that information. And the annual sales report.
Question. All right. Have a roll call vote. Director Shaw?
The motion is for summary suspension pending formal hearing. Yes indicates approval of the motion, no, motion would fail. Chairman Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Clayton,
Summary judgment, it stops today. No.
Commissioner Fox,
No.
Commissioner Jackson,
No.
Commissioner Murray,
No.
Commissioner Trickett,
No.
Commissioner Norton,
No.
Commissioner Vaughn. Yes. Commissioner Webb,
Yes.
Commissioner Levy. Motion fails.
Is there an alternative motion, or do we leave here without a summary suspension?
At
I'm
this
sorry.
point, we would leave without a summary suspension for the dealership, but yes to Mr. Sims. Oh, and yes, as Matt said, you are always free to make motions as the commission. So if there's any motion that you have in Robert's rules you'd like to make or any additional motion, feel free.
Maybe I shouldn't suggest it, but you can do it. Anybody want to say anything?
Well, the reason I voted the way I voted was mainly because of these, if there are 200, let's just say there are 100. Let's say that that's how many people have cars out there. I think you would cause, if we're really concerned about the consumer, I think we would cause a lot more concern out there and confusion of them not knowing what to do and not knowing if they were ever going to get the title to their car. At least this way, there is a little bit of a wind down, and maybe Joyce and Mr. Sims, you need an attorney present at all times with you at these hearings. You need an attorney present.
Should have brought him
You
with
should have
me.
brought your attorney. You need to have an attorney
If I'd
present.
have known it, I'd have been glad to. I didn't know.
But I just think that
Had nothing like this to happen out of my 65 years that I've been in business.
I would like to see you stay away from the store and see if Joyce and her sister, whoever else, the attorneys, CPAs, whoever else you can get involved to figure out a plan with this and some kind of successorship to the store if you truly want it to stay open.
Nothing left. I've lost my home and everything now because there's no way I can pay my bills. And begging to give me another chance.
One reason I didn't, after rethinking, I didn't vote for the timeline is it's only about 6 or 7 weeks until the formal hearing for this. So if we were to say he's got 60 days to wind down, that's more, that runs past our hearing. A month gets, a third of it. So a timeline, I'm not sure will matter a lot if we're only 6 weeks away from a formal hearing.
I think the way we voted, that they can still sell cars, is that right?
Correct.
I don't think
The
I don't
dealership-
think he understands that.
The dealership, well, I'm going to explain it to him, and I'll attempt to, but the dealership is still open at this point, and he is not selling cars.
Down, really?
Well, not necessarily.
Well,
He hadn't lost his dealer license.
yeah, but
We have a restroom break.
Huh?
You said you hadn't lost his dealer's license. He doesn't have one.
Well, I meant the lot, the location. Mrs. Sims has not lost her dealer license at this point. So they can be open.
We have a 5-minute break.
Yes.
Thank you.
5-minute break. Let me remind you, we can't discuss this until we reconvene.
Bathroom.
For Best Motors soon.
We will have a formal hearing against Faye Sims for summary suspension. My paralegal is right now preparing a legal report addendum that we can vote on that will provide for revocation for the dealership license. They'll be able to stay in business until we have a formal hearing on it, and we can put a notice of hearing on that and hold that in June also. So they'd be in business until the hearing, if everybody adopts it, and then at the hearing in June, we can make a determination whether or not to revoke that license. It kind of sounded like that's what everybody wanted. It's a solution that legal is presenting at this time. We'll have to reconvene the legal review committee again momentarily and adopt that legal report. And then we can also set, Best Motors also had a revocation for the title issues and repossessions. They also have 8,500 in outstanding penalties on 2 other complaints. We should be able to set all of those cases for hearing in June once we adopt this legal report addendum. Does that make sense?
Thank you. All right. As the next item on new business, the surety bond rule. That sounds like that would be Director Shaw.
If we could, I'd like to go back to an item, Dixieland Auto Sales, if the commission would be in agreement with that. And then we'll move forward with the surety bond rule.
It's number 18 on your iPad.
Right ahead.
Dixieland Auto Sales is an applicant for a dealer's license. They're in the process of doing a change of location. Last year during legislative session, there were some rule changes that afforded a dealership an opportunity to operate more than one business within an established place of business, so long as the principal was the owner of both businesses and the primary business operation of 66% was that of an auto sales business. Prior to this time, the rule had required that the facility be physically separate and apart from any other business and shall not include any private residence, tent, or temporary stand. Further, it stated that the facility may be connected to another business facility, provided that a permanent wall from floor to ceiling between the two businesses and the motor vehicle facility have a separate outside entrance and exit, and that any doors between the businesses should be permanently sealed. I'm bringing this to you at this time because as the statute changed last year, it's beginning to present more and more areas of vagueness for the commission office to be able to make a determination about the intent, and there's some conflict between the rule and the statute. In this application where the gentleman relocated the business for Dixieland Auto Sales, there are business items in there in the business. It's kind of a flea market type operation. We did ask for the enforcement agent to be present today. We had asked her to go back out to identify the square footage of the location and the specific items, and did ask for her to be present today. Ashley Smith, is she in the room? Executive Director Ogwin had confirmed that she would be here today after speaking with her last week, but I have not heard anything, so she's not here to speak based on what she observed. I present this to you today because as we move forward, before we did have a clear rule where it stated that it had to be divided clearly, separately, and apart from any other business, unless it was incidental there to that auto sales operation. Incidental could have been anything from a garage service operation, a body shop, some other related type of business operations. But now we're beginning to get into other business types of operations where we're talking about, in this case, what appears to be maybe a flea market or surplus items. When we had asked for the enforcement agent to go back out, we did particularly ask for her to measure this site so we could make a determination about the 66-33 percentage on the floor space. And in her memo, which is dated February 24, 2016, the reference in the second paragraph, she did determine a square footage for the display area, and then basically she said that the total square footage of the entire business is 7,200 square feet. Honestly, I don't know if that includes the lot or if that's the entire building or what exactly. That's why I had asked for her to be here today. And I know you're sitting there, you're probably sitting there thinking, what does she want us to do with this? We have a gentleman who has requested on a relocation application. He's basically changed his operation. Before he did not have this type of setup. Now he has this setup where he has another business operation in there. Historically, we would have said put up a solid wall and everything's good and separate it with a door. I guess what we need is a little clarity and direction on how or what the commission feels the best direction would be to go forward with these type of operations, because whether it be this application or another application in the future, we're not always going to see things that are incidental to the auto sales business. We've seen golf carts in the past. We've seen carports and sheds, those horse trailers, depending, it's regional, so we've seen those types of things and we knew how to deal with that. But now we are seeing a different type of product come in a different type of scenario. So I would put that out there to you and ask for a little consideration. We may need to move it into some rulemaking format. Nonetheless, we need to make a determination on this business because this individual would need to go, they need to continue their operation. And in some format or another, we need to tell them either you need to go ahead and put up a wall because these products are not incidental, or we need to say this is acceptable and determine how we want to address that. And there are some photographs in your, in the file. What exhibit is this?
This is number 18, the new photograph. So your new information is under Dixieland Auto, and that's number 18. It's the middle one. There are 3 18s on your iPad. And that'll have the memo from the investigative section, inspection when she went back out, and also the pictures that she provided during that time.
What did you say the square footage was?
According to her memo, when she went the second time, she says the entire business is 7,200 square feet. And then roughly 840 square feet of the display space for the items, it's 840 square feet for the items, display space for these items for sale. But we don't know, based on this memo, frankly, I don't know if the 7,200 includes the entire operation or the building, or it's made it difficult for us to be able to make that determination.
Well, either, if it's 840 out of a total of 7,200, it's well underneath the 66% guideline. And dollar amounts of the revenue from each business?
Well, that's another challenge in the rule, is to make that determination. And we do have access to books and records, but when our books and records are commingled from the two different business types and operations, and then you don't have gross revenues or gross sales on the front end, it makes it challenging for us so to make that determination. And that's why I'm presenting it to you at this point in time. And I want to make sure that the actions that we take as we move forward with these other product lines coming in, that we're staying true with the intent of what the legislature was at the time that it established the motor vehicle requirements, when this law actually changed, and what the rule intent is. We've got an inconsistency to some extent that we need to address.
Well, the name of it itself is confusing. Dixieland Auto, if we're talking about this particular case, Dixieland Auto and surplus, what is surplus? Surplus, what if it said surplus tires, but just when you go surplus, what does that mean?
The application says socks and signs.
Yeah. So, well, I think that's just Dixieland Autos and socks.
Now,
I don't think surplus describes the business.
The change in the statute, to be fair, because there was quite an issue, and I want to make sure that this commission is fully informed about this, the change to the statute last year, which was under Public Chapter 322, and I think Matt's got the TCA on it, and I'm going to read this so that you can see just a little bit of the quandary on it. A motor vehicle dealer licensed to sell motor vehicles may operate one additional business at the dealer's established place of business, provided at least 66% of the dealer's established place of business is used for the sale or service, or both, of motor vehicles, and that the income derived from the additional business is less than 33% of the gross income of the dealership. The dealership may also install signs at the dealership's established place of business for the purpose of advertising the other businesses. So I know the legislative intent was to allow people to be able to expand their earning capability. I can clearly see that, and I worked in the field myself for 9 years, so I understand where opportunity knocks, you want to be able to make that dollar. I fully understand that, but this is something that as we look at how we implement this, I think we would want to take that in consideration because it also opens up the opportunity for a lot of other things.
a business for the first time, it doesn't have any sales until you start selling something. So whether it has to be looked back at on a yearly basis or as the renewal comes up, I don't know. I think by statute, it's on the business owner to prove it, if there's a way to prove it once, or has the burden to show that he's in compliance with the statute when it's time up for the. This one I think is fine on the space requirements. There should be some type of an evidence on the revenue requirements, and if there's any type of verifiable revenue, prove it, but he doesn't seem to be in violation of the statute. Cars he sold last year, but how much money can you make selling socks or whatever it is?
Gross income or net income?
Yeah.
Well, the statute says gross income.
Yeah,
Well, too many questions unanswered for a decision today. I think it should go to rules. Or do you all need a decision on this particular one?
We will need to make, based on the actions today, we are at a position, we'll need to make a determination on this applicant because it does affect their business operation.
Yes or no question?
You need to make a decision, or you guys, as the department, you're looking to us for some guidance on how to
I'm
make this
looking for
decision.
some guidance on making this decision because when we make this decision that it's okay to have a surplus store in an auto sales location, that is far beyond any boundaries that we have currently. Everything up until this point, we have used the premise that it's incidental to the auto sales business within the discretion of the commission. And so if we had one that we thought would be of concern, then we would use this format to bring it back and say, is this incidental there too? My question is, and my concern, and this is for legal and everyone else in the room, is I want to make sure that the direction that we take is keeping with the intent of the legislature and with this body. It always is, and I was hoping that the field agent could be here with us, but unfortunately, something must have happened.
Yes, Mr. Weaver's asked to be addressed, to address the commission. Mr. Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Bob Weaver, Tennessee Automotive Association. I was very involved in this statute when Representative Mark Pody initiated the bill, and we had several discussions throughout the process, so I think I can fairly represent what the legislature's intent was when they passed the bill. Representative Pody had a used car dealer in Woodbury, Tennessee, who'd been there for several years, who he actually traded with, and the dealer began selling, I believe, their portable building sheds also displayed on his lot, and he was also using his office at the used car dealership to write up the bills of sale and collect the sale, purchase monies and collect the tax. He was written up by a field investigator because it was a separate business under the prior statute, and that was not in the investigator's mind allowed. And so what he attempted to carve out, and what I wanted to point out to the commission, it says one additional business. And whether or not I'm not familiar with the facts of the case or the situation in front of you, I just point out, I heard the term flea market, and then I heard surplus or business. A flea market to me suggests several independent sellers at one location, and I'm not sure that would meet Representative Pody's intent of one additional business. What he was attempting to do is reduce the economic burden on the small independent dealer to be able to sell an additional line of item without having to create a second entrance or egress, parking, that sort of thing that the prior law required. I don't think the 66% in Representative Pody's mind, as he communicated to me, had to do with the physical space of the location, building and lot. He wanted to make sure that the predominant business activity continued to be that of marketing cars to the public. The 33% was his way to put a limitation, if you will, on what other kind of business. He wanted to ensure that if a person was operating under a Tennessee dealer's license, that the dealership remained the predominant business activity of that location. So again, I would just respectfully suggest the commission, you probably want to look at just exactly what is this ancillary business that's being asked to be brought in. I certainly concur with Mr. Levy's comments about, the burden would then be on the licensee to prove that he met the exception, if you will, contained in 5517-129. I think now whether or not someone in the interim wanted to erect a separate and apart standard and treat them as two separate businesses and have separate ingress and egress, I think theoretically I don't see a problem with that, if that's the direction a person wanted to take. But I do think there could be both intended and unintended consequences. So regardless of what the decision is today, again, I might respectfully suggest your rules subcommittee might want to delve in so they could, as these issues develop, staff and legal can look at what they might suggest or recommend to the full commission as the appropriate rules that'll flesh out this statute that's now placed in the laws contained in 5517. Glad to try to answer any questions if anybody has. To be totally transparent with your question and my answer, he was dealing with the sale of these sheds at this independent dealer's facility. There was some concern raised by parties about a concern they might get into adult bookstores or things of that nature, and I can assure you there wasn't much enthusiasm for that kind of thing. I think one thought that was mentioned at the time, well, you might look at zoning. Now, in a rural area, you may not have the issue of zoning. In Chattanooga, with a pretty complete zoning regulation, that might too be a problem. A dealer might not be able to have a flea market and a car dealership combined due to zoning, because your rules do say that a dealer's license must comply with zoning as a condition of licensure. I'd have to look at, I suggest you respectfully says you have to look at the zoning to see whether or not that would be allowed. But I would note that in other parts of the country, you might see in some dealerships kiosk, you might see a Starbucks, you might see other kinds of things that aren't directly related to a car dealership that they are put in for the benefit of their customers. So I think there is a place in both franchise and independent dealers where this might make sense. For example, an independent insurance agency. You'd have to look at your numbers, you'd have to make sure that your income was appropriate, but there may be a way to have that second business inside a dealership. Again, I think that would be incumbent upon the licensee to prove that it met the definition of one business, and that it also was, if there is zoning, I'd want to make sure. So I think it's incumbent upon the applicant to establish that they meet the requirements of 129.
I don't hear the commission thinking this particular caution our staff and ourselves not to get into too much coaching or
questions to ask about this application, but I think the staff has the ask those questions. I mean, how much money this it looks like they're merging it into two locations into one. So what kind of sales did the dealership have? What kind of sales did the surplus store have? Sizes with how big's the building, measure it all out. Right now, I don't think you have enough information to make a decision one way or the other, but I think you can gather. I don't think it's before us to approve it. Am I mistaken on that? I thought it was simply the staff asking for guidance on what statute is and what it's supposed to say. And I agree with Mr. Weaver. We probably do need to help out with the nuances of coming up with some rules. I don't know if maybe we can't approve it until we have those rules. But my understanding was you guys will make the decision on whether to grant this license or not. I don't think it's for the commission to decide, or am I wrong on that?
Well, I think considering that this is the first scenario like this, whatever decision we would make will affect every other business going forward on this particular one. And I think it's a matter of both. We need the guidance and we need a determination on this particular application. Some of the rules and some of the information that we would ask of this particular applicant, we may or may not have the authority to gather some of that information. The space we can measure, but when it gets to the gross revenue and sales, that's where we start getting over into an area of how far can we go with our authority without a firm rule that says you can ask for this information. See, that gets tricky as well. So I'm not trying to make it more complicated than it is. It's just that this particular decision has implications for future applications.
Chairman Bob Weaver again. Two things. One is because it's carving out what I would call an exception to the general rule, which allows the additional business, I think the burden is pretty well established. It's on the person seeking the exemption to prove they qualify for the exemption. The second part is I'd refer you to 5517-126, which says any person who acquires or renews a license under this part agrees to and shall comply with this part and any rules or regulations promulgated under this part. So certainly you get a second bite at the apple, if you will, because that's a continuing obligation every 2 years when they seek a license or renew a license.
I would be more comfortable with the process of the staff making a determination and the commission upholding the decision or recommendation of the staff. And then we take this individual case, and then we take it to rules for further. Has there been a decision made by the staff on this application?
There has not been a decision made at this point.
Well, I'd agree with Commissioner Levy that we're not an approval situation. We're in approving of staff action situation most of the time. If that's
whether the surplus store was already there and they moved the car dealership to the surplus store.
It's my understanding that it was not combined. They may have had a surplus business, and then I think they became aware that maybe this law changed in some way. So when they moved to the new location, they decided we'll just put it all in there together.
Made this statement of affirmation that they are in compliance with the law, but I don't think we have enough, you don't have enough factual evidence to agree with it or not right now.
well.
I do think that the staff has a right to demand from this dealer, Dixie, about the 33% versus the 66 2/3%. I think you have that right to request for that information. If they fail to provide that information, then it can be brought before us based on the new ruling. And that they haven't provided that information, am I correct? I think that that's
Right, it does fall upon the applicant
Right,
to
provide that
the
information.
information to get approved instead of the other way around.
I mean, it's the same thing with having to, prove, giving them a financial statement and showing them that you are able to be a dealer. So I mean, it's the same thing.
I would just say at this point, the commission hasn't approved, not going to take approval action, and let the staff get back and exchange information with this applicant, and if there's an appeal, bring it back to us.
Another thing that sounds like the Rules Committee needs to discuss. We haven't had a Rules Committee.
Put this on the Rules Committee agenda. Is there, without taking a vote, I don't think we need to do that. Do we have a consensus on?
Yes, yes.
I agree.
With that?
We'll make a determination, and when
Thank
they
you,
appeal,
Commissioner.
they'll.
That's what you think. That'd be fine. That's our job.
It'll be
That's why
here.
we make the big bucks up here. All right. Now, in the meantime, I've lost my.
Okay, thank you. And I think Denard has asked to, we're just moving all over this agenda, but I think Denard has asked, based on timing, to go ahead and move forward with his action.
Right ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I appreciate you taking, allowing me to speak today. My name is Denard Mickens. I'm one of the litigating attorneys with the Department of Commerce and Insurance. I'm the attorney who was assigned to handle the National Motor Cars Premier LLC case from last year. Just as a quick recap, the Commission had voted to summarily suspend the license of National Motor Cars Premier. There were two dealer licenses, and also the owner of the dealership had a salesperson license. That case involved, at last count, about 41 open complaints involving everything from failure to turn over titles to failure to pay off trade-ins. The licenses have been suspended since last year. We did have some issues trying to catch up to the owner of the dealership, Mr. Roth. Mr. Roth since did get an attorney, and so things had gotten a lot easier to discuss with him. In that time, Mr. Roth has been charged on the state and federal level with multiple crimes, as well as he's facing multiple civil lawsuits. The legal was after taking over this case, legal was a little bit concerned that any active civil penalty levied against Mr. Roth would reduce the ability of him or the dealership, whatever assets remain, to make the public whole. And so working together with the staff and Mr. Roth and his legal counsel, we wanted to represent this case to present the settlement offer that we've kind of worked out, and hopefully you all would approve that today. So based on our discussions, Mr. Roth has agreed to the voluntary revocation of both dealer licenses and his personal sales license. His personal sales license, of course, had gone to an inactive status once the dealership was suspended, but he's agreed to revoke all three of those licenses. He's agreed to refrain from selling or being in the business of selling motor vehicles in the state of Tennessee. Notwithstanding that, if he does decide to one day seek his license in Tennessee again, he has agreed to pay a civil penalty of $210,000, so that's approximately $5,000 for each complaint, and appear before the commission personally before his application for licensure would be considered. In addition, he would also have to bring proof of satisfaction of all civil judgments levied against him before we would even consider allowing him to work in the industry again. And so that's kind of the deal where we are now, and that would at last time we spoke with Mr. Roth, he's obviously not working in the car dealership business. He's not selling any cars. He's actually working for a subcontractor he's a contractor right now, and so that's kind of the terms of the settlement and I'm available to answer any questions.
He doesn't automatically get a license even if he pays back the civil penalties.
No, sir. He has agreed that he would have to pay all the civil penalties plus show proof that he's paid the consumers was owed to them, plus pay $5,000 for each open complaint and appear personally before this commission before he could get back into the industry.
I think legal has done some very good work here. Frankly, I didn't expect to get this good a response. Motion to approve or not approve?
Make a motion that we approve the settlement offer.
Seconded by Commissioner Webb. Any discussion? I'm sorry? Mr. Clayton. Commissioner Clayton seconded that. Discussion of the motion? Hearing none, Chair calls for roll call vote.
Chairman Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Clayton. Yes. Commissioner Fox.
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson.
Yes.
Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Trickett.
Yes.
Commissioner Norton.
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn. Yes. Commissioner Webb.
Yes.
Commissioner Levy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Very good work. Thank you, Mr. Meekins. Yes, sir. To keep the pen?
You might if you want to.
All right.
Have two remaining items on the agenda. One is the surety bond changes and the rule changes, and the other is proposed inspection sheet forms, so. Okay.
Recess and bring back the legal review committee, please.
Motion that we reassess.
Motion to.
Taking a
We
session.
need to
Two
re-
things.
we need to have a
You want the
recess.
legal review to reconvene?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chair. Chairman, legal review,
Legal report dealing with, it's a supplement legal report, case number 1-210-60-19961. That's before the legal committee. And now I'm going to turn it over to attorney.
There's one case on the supplemental legal report. If everybody's had an opportunity to read that case, I'm happy to take questions you may have. If not, we can motion to adopt the supplemental legal report.
Motion to adopt the supplement legal report. And
Oh. You have a second?
No, you-
Oh, we got a
Has to be motion.
okay. A motion to adopt.
And do I have a second? Joe?
You got it.
There's been a proper motion to adopt the motor vehicle supplement legal report by Commissioner Norton. Been seconded by Commissioner Clayton. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, so ordered. Do we? Motion to close the legal report?
Close the legal report.
Second? Second by Commissioner Clayton. All those in favor of the motion to close the legal report signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, so ordered.
Now the full commission can adopt the supplemental legal report.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the supplemental legal report.
Second that.
By voice vote, all those in favor of approving the supplemental legal report, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. We're like tag in, tag two. Tag in, tag out.
And y'all,
Yep. Carry on.
Move approval of the inspection report.
Second.
Yeah, I know, I'm trying to catch up with them. They're moving rather quickly over here. Do we want to move forward with the inspection?
Well, what we can do, the motion has been made, but we can discuss the motion with input from our executive director. Or we can wait a couple of minutes.
Pretty report.
They're moving so quickly, they're ready to go home, I know. We have gone through the inspection forms. The form that has been used for quite some time by the enforcement staff has been a very basic document, and what we have tried to do with the inspection forms is to expand it in a way that would allow the dealer, it would afford an opportunity to for the dealers to come into voluntary compliance through deficiency, noting of deficiencies, and through an education process. So what it will do is the enforcement individuals or the enforcement agencies would be able to note something short of carrying it to a civil penalty, give the dealer or the licensee an opportunity to make corrections, come back in a follow-up format, and through that process be more of an education and voluntary compliance process. And if it continues on, you can see and establish those dealers or those licensees who may not be willing to come into voluntary compliance. So all of the forms have been redrafted and redesigned with that mindset, so that it would, we could use it for education and deficiency management, and short of just absolute penalty every time we walk through the door. So with the approval of the commission, we would work with the enforcement group to train and implement the enforcement agents to handle inspections in that manner.
We still have a motion to approve. Who made the motion? And Mr. Clayton made the motion. Who seconded? Murray. Commissioner Murray seconded. Any discussion? By voice vote, vote yes to approve the motion. All those in favor of the motion, yes?
yes.
All those opposed, say no. Motion carries, Ms. Shaw. Director. Anything else on here?
One remaining item, and legal, did you want to present this?
We need to approve the surety bond.
Okay, there's one remaining item. Let me catch myself up here. It's actually your surety bond form revisions. Now, there are two parts to this. The department is moving forward with automating a lot of its processes, going to electronic records and electronic record retention in an effort to move forward with online renewals, online license issuance. There are many layers to this, especially when it gets to the surety bond, because historically the Motor Vehicle Commission has required the actual bond, retained the actual bond. The executive director's signature has been required on the bond by the language that has been in the template for the bond for some number of years. And the bond is, by rule, the Motor Vehicle Commission has been named as the beneficiary, and there are some, I think there's some historical legal references as to how the bond has been handled. We've been asked by administration to go revisit this process completely. The first step in that process is the language revision, and it would remove the executive director's signature from that bond. And I would ask that Matt speak to this, because I think he's been instrumental in helping to draft this language. Following this, if we adopt the form, then we would be asked to review the rule and approve the changes to the rule, and it would have to go through the promulgation process.
As Paula mentioned, legal has drafted these 2 new bond forms. They're very similar to what we previously had, with the exception that it no longer requires the executive director to sign each bond that comes in. As she mentioned, this is an effort to allow us to keep everything electronically going forward, as opposed to previously or currently the Motor Vehicle Commission is actually the holder of the actual bond. So we were keeping the hard copy of the original, and we're just trying, administration has requested that as much be electronic as possible. And so our solution was redrafting this bond form so that the dealership and the bonding company both sign it, and they can just simply provide us a copy of it electronically. If they submit a dealer application online, then everything in this bond form should be satisfactory to meet their obligations.
Your request is to approve the form? Yes. Okay.
There's 2. There's one for auctions and one for dealers.
Like to see this?
Both of them same time?
I don't see any reason why we shouldn't do them both at the same time. The language is basically.
Move approval.
Move to approve. Commissioner Clayton, seconded by Commissioner Murray. Any discussion? Hearing none, by voice vote, those in favor of the motion would say yes. Those in favor of the motion? Yes. Those opposed? Your form's approved. Anything else on the?
The remaining item would be the rule. We did do the bonds, and then the subsequent thing to that would be the change in the rule.
Yes, we'll need to convene the rule committee to deal with part of the rule that requires the Motor Vehicle Commission be listed as the obligee on a surety bond. And this is kind of problematic because basically, as a surety bond currently reads, if a dealer breaches one of our rules, the surety bond is actually supposed to pay that money to the Motor Vehicle Commission. And what ends up happening is that the injured consumer then has to sue to get the Motor Vehicle Commission to release the funds to them. And so we've spoken with the attorney at the Attorney General's office who handles all the motor vehicle issues. She made us aware that this is an issue that comes up. It's usually dealt with quickly. She just simply lets the judge disperse the funds as she sees fit. But it really just doesn't make a lot of sense for us to be named as a beneficiary on the bond since we're not the one actually being injured. So we're going to ask that we convene the rule committee to quickly approve an amendment to the rules dealing with surety bonds. And if there's anything else in the rule.
We need to adjourn this meeting. Recess this meeting.
Motion to recess.
All right. Okay, that's done. Would like to appoint Commissioner Schaefer Vaughn to chair the Rules Committee to consider West. So you're now in session.
You should have a red line in your packet for Rule 096001-.21. And basically, we're just going to delete the second half of that first sentence that states, and must name the Tennessee Motor Vehicle Commission as beneficiary is what legal is proposed.
Who is on the Rules Committee? Can't remember. Any discussion? Anybody?
All the committees. Mr. Weaver would like to address. Ms. Schaefer, Commissioner.
Bob Weaver, Tennessee Automotive Association. I assume since it's a real subcommittee, members of the public can offer comment. Without having seen the text of the proposed rule, I would just say, if you remove the Motor Vehicle Commission as the person to whom the proceeds, who is named?
The bond that we adopted states that any injured consumer would be the beneficiary to the bond.
So it would be a first-in-time claim, first in line, first in time?
That's how it's currently dealt with until the bond's exhausted. First person to file, I believe.
So we say that the bond is, reading from 55-17-111, the bond is for the benefit of any person who suffers loss because of either, one, non-payment by the dealer of a retail customer's prepaid title, registration, or other related fees or taxes. That suggests to me that the state or local government is the person who would receive the proceeds. Or, two, the dealer's failure to deliver in conjunction with the sale of a motor vehicle a valid title, vehicle title certificate free and clear of any prior owner's interest and all liens except a lien created by or expressly assumed in writing by the buyer of the vehicle. Aggregate liability of the surety to all persons shall in no event exceed the amount of the bond. I guess my point is, I would respectfully suggest rethink who is the person who can receive, because obviously want to protect the consumer, but there's also the bond is developed to also protect the governments from getting their lawful revenues. So there's two sides of what the bond stands for. And again, I looked down real quickly at the history, and I know I wasn't here in 1955, but I was around when the bond was put into place, and when they developed the parameters of the bond is very specific about what that bond stood for. And so I just caution the commission to make sure that we don't solve one problem and cause another.
And the language on the bond form that we've approved states that the obligee is any person, including the Tennessee Motor Vehicle Commission and the state of Tennessee, who suffers a loss as set out in the statute Mr. Weaver quoted. So it does cover the situation wherein the Motor Vehicle Commission or the state of Tennessee does need to file on the bond.
Clarify something, please, Commissioner Norton. My understanding, it's not a first come, first serve for the bond. It's basically dispersed proportionally to all that's lost by consumers. My understanding. I've personally seen that.
I believe you're correct.
Okay.
I've misspoken.
Okay.
Mr. Merkel might want to address it.
No, that was my.
A pro rata division of the funds? Pro rata division of the funds?
I have a question for Mr. Weaver. In your opinion, does the form, because it's the contract that we fill out that says that we have the surety bond, does that cover things well enough to change the statute, in your opinion? Mind explaining again exactly why you feel like we need to change it?
Are you asking the downside of how we currently operate or how we're proposing to operate?
I agree, both.
The downside currently is that the Motor Vehicle Commission is named in unnecessary lawsuits. We have to send an attorney from the Attorney General's office down to make motions allowing the judge to disperse the funds because the Motor Vehicle Commission doesn't keep any of the funds as the beneficiary. And that's the real downside to having us named as a beneficiary. There's also, if they're making it in our name, administration and legal thought there might be some argument thereby requiring us to have Paula sign on the surety bond and us having to hold the document, since basically the way the current surety bond is stated is that they're only obligated to pay to the Motor Vehicle Commission. Kind of it is creating just unnecessary litigation for the Attorney General's office to deal with and record keeping on our end. And I'm not sure the downside of the new way we want to go about it. The form that legal has drafted adheres 100% to what the statutes and rules currently say, with the exception of what we're proposing we remove.
What's the proposed change? It goes through what entity to get back to the consumer?
Proposed change is in Rule 0960-01-.21. Currently, the rule states the surety bond required by TCA Title 55, Chapter 17, Section 111G must remain and continue in force for as long as the licensee remains licensed and must name the Tennessee Motor Vehicle Commission as beneficiary. What we are proposing is that last part of that sentence be removed so that the rule would only state the surety bond required by TCA Title 55, Chapter 17, Section 111G must remain and continue in force for as long as the licensee remains licensed.
I don't understand where the money will go if that's removed.
When consumers are injured, whether they be a normal consumer as we think of them, if it's the Motor Vehicle Commission, if we decide we want to file on somebody's bond, if it's the state of Tennessee, they would file directly to the bond company, and then there would be legal proceedings wherein they would go to the bond company to get their funds. Currently, if somebody files against the bonding company, they have to sue the Motor Vehicle Commission in order for us to release the funds to the consumer. So it's kind of taking out a step in the process.
The consumer's still protected. They just have to know to go attach the bond directly.
Right. We would have a copy of the bond on file. We would still send it to them. The process for staff and legal and for consumers, I don't believe would change at all. Only difference is the AG's office isn't going to get served with lawsuits from people trying to get money. I mean, if we think about, it's just making it harder for consumers who are injured to get their funds because they're having to name the AG in a lawsuit to get the Motor Vehicle Commission to disperse those surety bond funds.
Would it be helpful if we were the trustees instead of the beneficiaries?
If we were the trustees, we would have to hold the funds, and we would have to make the determination how to disperse them. I haven't really contemplated it. Wouldn't be real comfortable making a recommendation on that at the moment. We actually, part of the surety bond that we added in is that the surety company has to notify us anytime there's a claim against the bond. Currently, they just have to sue the Motor Vehicle Commission. We never even know about it when somebody's bond has a claim on it. So under this new form, one of the upsides is we'd actually be able to track when people have claims against their bonds, because the language requires a surety bond company to give us notice. So we will know when somebody files a claim on the bond. Currently, we do not get that information.
Well, the payment to the consumer would come directly from the bond? Yes. Back to the concern that I guess Mr. Weaver had was who decides who gets paid first, and or
Either the bonding company, or if there's multiple claims, they might have to go to court over it. I guess it depends on how the bonding company acts. I'm not exactly sure how the regulations on bonds work, other than, as they mentioned, I do know that they pay out proportionally. I don't know if there's a time limit within a window for people to file,
do
or
pay off
how it
proportionately.
works. What's that?
They do pay off proportionately.
They do pay out pro rata,
Pro rata,
currently. But like in the case of National Motor Cars, we still get complaints. People are probably still filing against that bond. I don't know if they've paid out or not. Or are they still holding it, waiting for more complaints? I'm not really sure how that works.
We wouldn't have a role in determining the amounts. We're just there in the courthouse.
Right.
And however it's made, we just don't have to get tied up and standing there while they figure it out.
Yeah.
Right. Currently, we don't have any say as to how the bond funds are dispersed. We just provide the surety bond and tell the people you need to contact the surety bond and tell them what's gone on. And that's how the process, that's usually all we hear from staff side or from legal after we send them the surety bond. I mean, if you've read the legal report, you know they always just say, like, close and surety bond sent, because at that point, we've kind of done all we can do for them anyway.
Now, this would have to be read 3 times or 2 times and before we approve it, or can it be done here today? I thought, explain the process so that.
Sure, we're trying to speed it up so that we can get this new surety bond form in place as soon as possible, because we actually cannot implement the surety bond form until we go through the whole rules process. So we're really asking for this to be expedited so we can reconvene the commission. The commission, if everybody likes, I can read this rule in, the commission can adopt it. And then I can just get a fast start, get this over to the AG, get their sign off that it's constitutional, get it to the governor, start that whole process, try to speed it up so that we can get to paperless goals as soon as possible.
Got sufficient input from interested parties to do that. You know, somebody pops up here later and says, what about this?
It's been noticed. I don't think it's going to be particularly contentious. I mean, the hearing's been noticed. The Rules Committee is on there. New surety bond forms are on there.
Additional comments from the audience? Discussion?
Motion to adopt? Is that what we're doing? Go ahead, Stan. You appeared ready. Adopt the changes, the amendment to the surety bond.
Voice vote, yes to approve, no to deny.
Motion, you second?
Motion and second.
Okay.
Tricky.
Okay, do we have other things we want to discuss in Rules Committee? If you wanted to direct me to start any other rulemaking processes, bring something for you guys to review at
The Rules Committee meeting, I would think that's, separate like we've done in the past would be, as I'm sure there's several things we need to discuss.
When can you have that?
Whenever they would. Absolutely. We can discuss it and then let everybody know. Okay.
All right, that's all legal has for the Rule Committee, so we can turn the Rule Committee and bring back the full commission. I can read this rule. We can vote to adopt.
Rules Committee adjourned.
Adjourned.
Reconvene to consider the rule change recommended by the Rules Committee. I assume you're recommending that, Chairman Schaefer?
Yes.
All right.
All right, I'll read the new rule into record. Rule 0960-01-.21, surety bonds, is amended by removing the following language to paragraph 1, so that, as amended, the rule shall read, 1. The surety bond required by TCA Title 55, Chapter 17, Section 111G, must remain and continue in force for as long as the licensee remains licensed. Upon notice of cancellation, the licensee shall either cease business operations until proof of minimum coverage is provided, or provide evidence of minimum coverage from another provider. Paragraph 2, any surety bond is required to provide 60 days' notice of cancellation to the Commission.
Is there a motion to approve? Commissioner Webb, and who seconded?
Second.
I lost out. Commissioner Clayton seconded. Any discussion of the motion? Let's have a roll call vote, Ms. Shaw, Director Shaw, on the motion to approve the rule change.
Chairman Roberts?
Yes.
Commissioner Clayton? Yes. Commissioner Fox?
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson?
Yes.
Commissioner Murray?
Yes.
Commissioner Trickett?
Yes.
Commissioner Norton?
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Yes.
Commissioner Webb?
Yes.
Commissioner Levy? Motion carries.
Director Shaw, anything else on the agenda?
Well, let me see.
Ms.
No,
Shaw, would you leave the
I think
room?
we have concluded.
Would you leave the room, Ms. Shaw? Okay. So we have a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, Commissioner Jackson.
Seconded. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.